What's up, everybody? Welcome to Come Hang Out with Italia on Sunday nights. What's been going on, everybody? We're going to just kind of talk about the topic of the night. Is going to be everything training as far as like recovery and, want to find out what everybody else is doing in their programming and all that. And then, just like I said, this is kind of a laid back talk. So, any topics that you want to bring up, you guys more than welcome to bring up. Sorry, my phone is going off over here. I also want to make mention of a couple things coming up and all that I got going on in the channel. We got Monday night at 6 p.m. Eastern time. We have world champion Sarah Bachman going to be on my channel with an interview. She's got a bunch of big things coming up. She's throwing an event in Florida, and she also got the big Knuckles Up match that we're going to be getting into with Sarah. So make sure to mark your calendars. That's tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern time. And then right after that at it's going to actually be late on the East Coast, but 11 o'clock p.m. Eastern time, we got Rickett Borman and my co-host from the Arm Wrestling Buzz Show, Matt Hollywood Conley. They're going to be popping on. We're going to do an interview. Rickett's got that big event coming up this weekend. They got the 8-man round robin, and he's also got a super match against Brett Coots. That's all going down October 27th. They told us they're going to put out the nice edited version for Sunday morning, October 27th, for everybody in North America and all that. So definitely check in for that. That is Monday, 11 p.m. Eastern time. Sorry it's so late. It's just, I'm trying to work the schedules. We got Matt over in India. We got Rickard over in Australia, and I'm over on the West Coast right now. So, trying to find a time that works for everybody is a little difficult, but we got that all worked out. And then this Wednesday night on the Arm Wrestling Buzz Show, we got a really, really good show set up. We got my coach, Bob Brown. He's going to be coming on the first half. That's going to be at 9:30 p.m. Eastern time. Bob's got want to just kind of catch up and just find out about his training and, what's been going on. He's been healing up from his injury and kind of want to get an update on that. And then we're just going to get into some topics with Bob Brown. And then right after that, we got the man, Greg Sharp, who's got the World Series of Arm Wrestling. He's doing a lot of great things for the sport. He's got a big reality show coming up called The House. He's going to be joining us and kind of just catching us up and all the new stuff he's got going on. I also know that he's got like a new platform where he get promotions and organizations on TV and all. So we're going to really break into details with that as well. So that'll be on Wednesday night on the Arm Wrestling Buzz Show. All right, guys, I'm going to start bringing everybody in. I posted up in the chat. We got the StreamYard. Everybody could click it and come join us. And, whatever topics you want to bring up, you guys are more than welcome. So definitely come join us. And let me bring in, we got our man from the 98, Ryan Grondin, in the house tonight. What's up, Ryan? How you doing, brother?
I'm good, man. Just enjoying this relaxing Sunday. How are you?
Oh, just chilling, man. Friggin' kind of happy right now because the Yankees won. They're big. Bro, I was going nuts last night, man. What a fucking game. 10th inning, my man Juan Soto hits a home run to win the game. And oh my God, now we're going to the World Series. It starts on Friday. So I am just ecstatic. Like I was telling Ryan behind the scenes, I put a pretty substantial bet on before the season actually started. And, the odds were real nice. They were at plus 550. So, if they win this World Series right now, your boy Italia is going to be one happy dude. So definitely been watching that. Right now, I know the Mets are going against the Dodgers. It's a real big game for them. If the Mets lose tonight, they're out. They got to win the next two. If they do, then we got a Subway Series, which would be really cool. Oh, we got the Nightmare in the house. What's up? We got
what's up?
Nightmare. What's up, brother? How you doing tonight, bro?
Doing good, man. Feeling ready.
Hell yeah.
Feeling good and ready.
Very nice. And I want to say what's up to everybody in the chat. We got the regulars in the house. We got Tall Paul, Mr. Peanut. We got who's this? The Kardowski, Drew 24. That's the moderator. What's up, Drew? How you guys doing? Carolyn, what's up, Carolyn? How are you tonight? Carolyn, you should come join in. We always see you in the chat and all. It'd be nice to have you come pop on and all. Drew, same thing with you, Drew. If you want to come on, Richard, what's going on? My man from Canada representing over there. And we got the U.S. Liberty. Never forget. What's up, brother? How you guys doing? I know you guys come and visit down at some of the arm wrestling practices we got here in North Cal. Haven't got to see you in a while. We got Jaron Nixon. What's up, my man from Long Island, New York, representing New York. Hell yeah, bro. Oh, look who's just popped in here. We got Chocolate Thunder, Jody Williams in the house. What is up, brother?
What is it? Am I safe to be on here?
You're safe to be on here, bro. You're safe to be on here.
I know that guy.
What's up, Jody? What's up?
Every time Jody comes on, he sparks some sort of fight.
It's all Jody's fault. He went blank on us.
I'm not
We
trying
can't
to this
see you,
time.
bro.
There you go.
There you
I had to put my earbuds back in. So
Okay, nice,
no,
nice.
I'm just trying to. Yeah, what's going on, y'all?
So, we could open up to any topics that we want, but what I did make the topic of the night is anything to do with training. And I've been going really hard with arm wrestling training and bodybuilding training. So I kind of just want to kind of hear what everybody else is doing and kind of compare notes, and also like things such as recovery and stuff like that. So if you guys have anything to throw in about that, please feel free to open up and start it off.
I do. It's the age-old question, right? So let me ask you three a question. Technique or strength? Let me ask you that, because after a while my philosophy has changed, but I want to hear what you guys think first.
Technique, 100%, man. I've watched it for myself, bro.
Technique.
I was stronger than most guys when I first came in because I always trained in the gym, but it wasn't until I started learning what I was doing that I started beating guys that I never thought I would. So yeah, and I mean I also did Brazilian jiu-jitsu, bro, and we all know with that, you don't got to really be strong. It's technique is the strength right there.
Right. What about the rest of you guys?
Technique all the way, man. Strength
Okay.
only carries so far, but technique, that's where, if you can learn it quicker, then you can build strength around that. That's my thoughts around it. Learn the body mechanics and then learn how to get strong around where the body mechanics are.
All right. Rondon, what about you?
Yeah, technique. I think once you learn the technique and you learn the lanes that you're more apt to use, then you can strengthen those lanes, and it kind of narrows down what you'll learn real quick what you need to get strong in and where your strengths and weaknesses are, and I think you can adjust as you get into it more. Until you get to a point where you're just trying to strengthen everything. Basically,
I have a new theory. Y'all want to hear it?
Hell yeah.
Because it's changed. And,
Go for it.
Hear what I say first, and then it'll make sense, hopefully. So before I was thinking, I'm not a power puller. I'm more technique. But when you really sit down and think about it, at some point, you're going to need some kind of power in order to perform that technique. You know what I'm saying? If you don't have the strength to perform a top roll, then guess what? You ain't pronating nobody, right?
Yeah.
If you don't have the strength to cup anybody, you ain't hooking nobody. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So yeah, technique, but at some point you got to have some kind of power in there to perform that technique. And when I sat there and thought about it for a while, I was like, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna need that strength, because look at everybody doing the pronation lifts and all that kind of stuff, and they're getting that part stronger. If you just go straight technique, I mean, that ain't gonna work. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
that's what I meant by that.
We had John Brown on from Team Predator, and he had just gotten back from Moldova, and he said over there he was him and the guys that he went there with were talking to the Moldovans and how they train, and they 100% focus on strength first.
There's different philosophies,
Overseas, I think it's very different than what we do here. Here, I feel like it's more technique based, and I think over there they focus more on strength and then technique.
Yeah, but Ryan, what I think though is I think they already know how to arm wrestle, and they're brought up knowing how to arm wrestle. So when you're saying strength, they already know how to the top rolls and the different moves that they do. Then they're building on the strength. That's my guess, bro.
Different culture there. So like arm wrestling, I mean, they teach it in school, for Christ's sake. Here, we're way behind. But yeah, he said a lot of those guys, like even from an early age, they're fucking like strength training as kids,
But my question would be, so I feel like strength is only going to take you so far. And then
Right.
if your guys, me for example, me being in the 198 class, there's not too many guys that I'm going to just be able to come overpower because everybody's got the leverage on me, everybody's got the height, you know what I mean? So, it's only going to take me so far until I actually find the technique and then get strong in that technique. You know what I mean? And then for
It's
guys
that
that are
Richard
coming in
Lucky
this,
thing,
yeah,
Paul, where we all know Richard Lucky is probably the strongest man on earth, but he never had a team to train with. So he never actually, did what he did in the 80s worked for him. But as the sport evolved, if you don't evolve with it, then that's where you run into trouble and you get left behind. Does that make sense?
yeah, yeah.
I think the biggest part too is having a good team to train with. Like, a lot of us are on teams. We practice with people that are better than us, and that's how we get better.
Mm-hmm.
So Shannon K says no one was saying you don't need power, just that you can do more with technique than power. How do you guys feel about that comment?
I think it's actually spot on because if you have the technique, you know where the power needs to be placed, right? That's where you need to strengthen and condition the power behind. Just having raw power is good, I guess, to a degree, but like you said before, Paul, it's it takes you only so far, and if you don't have the technical application of that power in an arm wrestling table, it's gonna be meaningless.
Yeah, I
You
agree.
can be strong, but the thing is though, do you know how to use that strength? Do you know where to use that strength? I mean, if you want to break everything down, this sport's so like you can break everything down. Like you can be the strongest person on earth, but if you don't know how to use that strength in our particular sport, then it's not going to work for you. So like we'll talk about like all those bench pressers, right? They're good because all they do is train how to push the weight. Where someone drops them to your side of the table and their wrist goes like that, then there you go. I mean, if you take somebody who's a power lifter, when they do the deadlifting, all that kind of stuff, they're wearing wrist wraps. When we train, we don't use the wrist wraps. So it makes our wrist stronger when we deal with that, a certain amount of weight. And when those guys guys and girls get on the table and now they take off the training wheels, the wrist wraps, and you sit there and you pronate that, you bust their hand over, you're like, what the hell? I'm like, yeah, you got a strong hand and everything, but if I crack their wrist just from here to there, that's all needs to be done. You've done your job. That's where that technique comes from. But again, you got to have that power to access that.
I want to welcome Sam Mitchell. What's up, brother? How you doing? And where you out of? How long you been arm wrestling?
How's it going? I'm out of Tuftonboro. I've been Tuftonboro, New Hampshire. I've been arm wrestling about 5 years. I'm going on the team over to Montana, so
Oh, very
uh,
cool, bro. Very
yeah.
cool. What's your whole thing? What do you think? Power or technique?
For me, it's just I'd have to go with being strong with one good technique, I guess. Like for me, it's cupping. I'm able to suck a lot of people into my move to where I'm comfortable. Other people, it's top roll, just being able to pop that hand.
Okay. We Drew 24 says perfect example is Travis versus Lupke's. Table IQ beat Lupke's then and Travis's mouth. Yeah, definitely. Travis is one of those. He's a smaller super heavyweight, and he had to figure out how to outsmart these guys. And his whole thing was the explosive power and his grip, where he doesn't actually hold on to his opponent; they're holding on to him, and he's becoming a lever. And that was always Travis's thing, the ball up the hand and all. So, what do you think about that, Jody? Because that's a really good example of like a guy that's really strong in technique. Like technique was his number one thing.
Here's the thing, because when you've been in the sport a long time, you got to find out what works for you. That technique works for Travis, but it may not work for me because number one, I'm not 6'3". I don't have a long arm, so that philosophy may not work for me, but it works for him. So because if I had a long arm, so like a Travis or even like a Matt Mask for some, for example, I'll be a totally different puller. You have to do what's best for you. So like the age-old question is, if you got short fingers, then probably not a good idea to top roll because you don't have the long enough digits to hang on to your opponent to apply that, that back pressure and then that pronation. So you would think, okay, I'll just go into a hook. I mean, it all depends on the person. But look at Brzezinski. I mean, his philosophy is different. So is Travis's, Michael Todd, Ty Hutchins. Everyone's thing is different. So at the end of the day, you guys see what works best for you, if that makes sense.
U.S. Liberty says, Paul, what was the name of the hot chick who benches 500 pounds that you had on the show the other day? Matt Conley was on the show too. So
New Zealand.
her name is Ashley Horeta, and she
Yeah.
actually benched 700 pounds. Is the first female on the planet to do that.
That's crazy.
And guys, check out this Sunday. We'll get to see on AWE Underground free show. They're gonna edit it all up, and she's got a big match going against the #1 ranked female of Australia. So definitely check that out. It's Kenzie Harrington. And if you guys seen the picture of Kenzie, she looks like significantly a lot smaller than Ashley, but I think she's a really good technique person. And also we'll get to see raw strength against technique that day as well. So that kind of, goes right into the topic and conversation we're talking right now. But Ashley Horita is her name.
If you go against Ashley, who's like a super, I hate to take over the show. Sorry about that. But
oh no, this is it, bro.
If you get somebody who's that darn strong, this is where strategy comes into play because it is. Why would you want to the one thing you don't want to do is slip, because now it's like, okay, now they're going to access that power. What we're talking about, accessing power in a strap, you can't get away, and they're going to mow right through you. So there's a couple things you can look at it. You can go, okay, if I'm Ashley, I'm assuming it's a right-handed match, correct?
I think it's both arms they're pulling. Yeah, both arms.
Okay, so let's just say you guys picture this because this is where strategy comes into play. Like, I think about this stuff. I don't know if you guys do, but check this out. So Paul and everybody on the show, let's just say we're pulling right-handed, right? And I got the head ref on my right side. I better not slip because I know the buckle's going to be on the back of my hand, right? Whereas if we flip sides, and now, Paul, you got the head ref on your side, I'm going to make sure I slip. I know that buckle's going on your hand. So a lot of it depends on where you are, as far as where the head ref is. A lot depends on, okay, if a person's that strong, then I have to use my technique. B, you have to sit there and go, okay, I better not slip. Because it's like, okay, now they're going to engulf me. They don't have to use their hand, and they can use their power in the strap to navigate and get that win.
Yeah, so what I'm hearing, I think it's kind of, both, strength and technique. And, what I'm thinking is once you find your lane, now you figure that's just kind of what I did. Once I knew where I was going, because the first 2 years, I got to admit, bro, I had no lane. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. It was like wherever I ended up, that's where I ended up and just putting as much force as I could, But when I actually found like, okay, this is my game plan. I'm going to be high post and top roll. Now I started figuring out the exercises to get strong in that position. You know what I mean? And hitting those angles. So I kind of think, like even what Ryan was saying, they concentrate more on strength, but I think they already know the basics of arm wrestling overseas. And, now they just kind of figure out how to get their technique strong in the angles that they got. And, I've been playing around, me and Jody talked about this a couple times. I want to start pulling inside, and start going into a hook and start pressing and all. So I've been like kind of messing around with different exercises I never did, just trying to build the strength I need to get into that track and all. So does that kind of make sense with you guys? Do you think that's kind of, you kind of need both, figure out your lane and then build on that?
Exactly. I think that's exactly what needs to be done. Figure out what lane you're strong in, because not for nothing, Paul. When I first got into the sport, we started around the same time. I was exclusively a top roller and didn't do anything else. And I was just a one-trick pony at that point. And all I focused was top rolling. And then all of a sudden, people like Sam Mitchell would come around who had that game and would just, hit like a doorstop if you're not go past that. But because I developed some strength in my arm from being a really good top roller, I was able to transition and learn new styles and techniques. So
I
think there's
see that recently. I've seen you going inside a lot. I've definitely noticed that. I've been watching you, and I'm like, oh, look at this guy. He's secretly throwing a hook game in here. I've noticed, bro. I've seen it over the last like 6 months. It going down.
Yeah, just throwing a little bit more into the arsenal and learning a little more about body mechanics and everything involved, and learning from some of the best who ever do it. I definitely had to, because that's one of the things. Technique will only get you so far, because if somebody who has that kind of power can stop that technique in its tracks, so you need to know how to maneuver around it, right? So it's an ebb and flow game when it comes to skill and technique versus power.
Yeah, I
100%.
agree. So much a chess match. So like here, let's just say Nightmare or Grondin, and we grip up at the table. Check this out, Paul, and see if this makes sense. If we grip up and I feel all this up pressure, what sense does it make for me to try to match that? I mean, if you think you can match it, fine, but I'd rather go ahead and go to the least resistance, which is that all right, I'm gonna grip a little lower and try to turn you inside now, because that lane is open, right? If they're gonna sit there and like someone grips me low, that lane is blocked. I might as well, that lane is open where I'm like, okay, well, guess what? There's nothing going on in the index and thumb area. I might as well go ahead and slide my elbow forward, apply a little up pressure, and just crack him that way. So I mean, a lot depends on what you feel in the setup, to where that may determine, because how often for you four and everybody in the chat, how often have you gone to the table and you already know in your mind what you want to do, but as soon as you grip up, you feel like, okay, that lane may not be there. I better, change my gears and go to plan B. I mean, we've all been there, right?
Well, that you're speaking of being a very experienced puller, bro. I gotta admit, I think
Oh,
a lot
sorry.
of new guys. I'm thinking a lot of guys under 3-4 years, they're kind of stuck in their lane, and they're, if somebody's giving them extreme back pressure, I think the natural move is to match that back pressure, where somebody more experienced is looking for another lane. Now, I got to ask you, when somebody's pulling a lot of back pressure in the setup, and now you're going low, are you also looking to control their pronator? Are you locking on the pronator and kind of?
Yeah, so if they're like loading back real hard, then first of all, I'm not going to clamp down as hard on my hand. I'm going to loosen my grip, because when you loosen your grip, you can access more. Like if you try to squeeze the heck out of someone's hand, you can't cup as easily as fluid, right? You can't pronate as fluid. But as soon as you loosen that grip a little bit, see that? You can go out here, you can all day. But as soon as you squeeze, it's a little slower. So same thing applies. If someone's going to load real hard and back, I'm not going to match that. I'm going to take a looser grip. That way, on the go, I can shoot forward and try to get around them like that. That way, I can kind of block that. And then apply down pressure, which kind of opens them up. Well, sometimes it may not work, but that's what I would try to do.
Drew24 says there was another woman who could bench a ton too from a while ago. Who is that? So that's Jocelyn Bryson, I believe. That's she's out of Canada. She's another lady, super, super strong. I think she's putting up, I think like 405, or, she might even be putting up more than that right now. But, Ashley is, I think, kind of on another level with, as far as the benching, she's putting up 700 pounds. Yeah, but it is with equipment, and, so I don't know what her raw bench is, but you could just tell, Ashley, seems like that was her focus for a few years, of just getting tremendously strong and all that. But I'm really interested to see how that all translate this Sunday on the table. Like she's going to be going against somebody significantly smaller, and they're going to have to rely on technique, because I'm telling you, if they don't, they're going to go for a ride real quick with Ashley.
Yep.
And what's up, Ivan? How you doing, brother? Why don't you come join, man? Love to have you come on and be part of the chat. That'd be cool. Oh, you got some Sam Mitchell fans in here. Sam Mitchell is a beast. So, Sam, who are you pulling? You got a big super match coming up this weekend and all?
Yeah, I'm pulling Hunter Bratton, who, from what I've seen, he's mostly a top roller, but I guess his arm's catching up from what I've heard. So it could end up in a hook. It could be a top roll, but the game plan for now is just to shut it down. So I've been doing a lot of flat finger training so that he can just hit into those fingers and hopefully meet the shelf.
Hell yeah.
So Chris,
Tim Frick
I'm gonna
says,
get some to eat, you guys. I'll check in with you guys later. Hope I'm gonna get something to eat.
sounds good, Jody. Thank you for popping on, brother. Appreciate you.
All right.
So, Tim Frick says, what do you guys think about Engin calling Devon a cheater?
fuck that guy.
Does anybody have
He
anything?
does cheat.
And what I didn't actually get to see that. So what was he referring to? Is it maybe like the setup, or is that what he's talking about? The shit he does in the setup. Does anybody know, like, seen that video or anything?
I don't know. I didn't really pay attention this weekend much,
Gotcha.
but I'll be rooting for Sam because he's from my home state. So gotta cheer for people from New Hampshire.
Oh, hell yeah.
Awesome.
Mr. Peanut says, look at the top strongmen who seek new career after strongmen. They constantly get smashed on arm wrestling table. Arm wrestling training requires muscle coactivation to stabilize joints. Yeah, I definitely agree with that, Mr. Peanut. And like what I always say to everybody, for the normal person, it's going to take 3 to 4 years of consistent training on the table for things just to start making sense. What do you guys think of that statement? Do you guys agree it's like a 3-4 year process, no matter how strong you are, to really start making sense and all that?
Yeah, for the most part, I think that most people take that amount of time. Some people a little sooner, some people a little bit longer, but that's a good metric, I'd say.
Hell yeah.
I would say
That's a good point.
disagree because some people just come in with like my brother's this way. He just has it, like that mind muscle connection. And I've met plenty of other people who just come in and they have it. So I think it's some neurological connection that you can be trained, but if you come in with it, you're gold.
So give us an example. Like, is he near elite level, like right away? Like, how long did it take for him to be like kind of smashing everybody in front of him?
So my brother, I mean, like anyone else, starts out in amateurs or whatever, and he's just got this really good fast twitch. So it's like you see him smash every amateur, and it just looks like he's got the natural technique to it. Like some of that strength, like if you have the right strength already built up, it helps for sure. But I don't think a lot of bodybuilders per se are training those strengths. So
Let me ask you, brother, did he play any sports in school? Like, was he a pitcher or anything like that? Because I'm seeing a lot of correlation with like guys that were into gymnastics and also pitchers that were throwing high 80s, low 90s, and that being Travis Bajent was one of those guys with those fast twitch muscle. So was there any of that incorporated when, in school maybe?
I don't really. He was never real big into sports. He did a little baseball here. I mean, him and we've always been active. So I think that's one big thing. Just like broad, like you've got, because there's so much that goes into arm wrestling that somebody's going to find something they can exploit. So if you're not training a little bit of everything, somebody's going to exploit something. So I think you need kind of a well-roundedness and athletic build to come in
What's your
strong.
brother's name so people could check him out and, so we get his name out there as well?
Tyler Mitchell.
Tyler Mitchell. Now, was there anything maybe like, does he work with his hands or anything? I always try figuring out, like, these guys that come in good their sport, there's something that they did before. Either they worked or, some sports they participated in.
Mm-hmm.
I'm always doing my investigations, trying to make a correlation with that. So anything that you could figure out, maybe he's working with his hands every day or.
Yeah. So me, my father, and him all do carpentry.
There you go, bro. That's
so.
Yeah, right there, man. That's, what I mean? And I'm sure if you ask everybody that comes in, and they're really good right away, it's usually something like that. You know what I mean? They're working, because they're training 8 hours a day,
Right.
every day of their life.
I mean, you build up that hand strength from doing all that. And it varies from day to day. Like I said, some days you're doing something totally different, training a different muscle group. So you have kind of a well-rounded build to start off strong.
Hell yeah. Spacey says, I'm having a hard time getting anywhere near my pre-injury strength. Maybe I should start juicing. So Spacey, why don't you come join in and kind of break down what happened to you, and maybe we could kind of try figuring out. We need to know what injury it was, and what you've been doing to kind of recover it and all, and maybe we could figure things out. So I encourage you to go join the chat. I posted it up. It's near the beginning of the chat, the link and everything. But I want to introduce. We got a bunch of new people in here. We got Chris Johnson's been in here and hasn't introduced himself yet. So what's up, Chris Johnson? Who are you, and where you from?
I've been arm wrestling for like 4 years. I'm 22 years old. Well, I just turned 23. But I have a super match against Matt Fish over in Montana.
Okay. So are you a city slicker or are you a country boy?
City slicker, I think. No,
Nice.
country boy.
Oh, you're the country boy. Okay. All right. So you're over in Montana.
So he's going up against
What's that?
Vladimir, not Matt Fish. I don't know if they gave him an update on that.
Oh shit! You just got an update, bro. You better start changing your geek around now.
Oh, wait, what?
Just yeah, he
You're going
doesn't.
up against
Tell him
Vladimir.
what's up.
I didn't hear that.
So you're going up against Vladimir. I'm saying we told them about it, so they've known. I didn't know that you didn't know.
Oh, yeah, I had no idea.
Yeah, Vladimir, you got your hands full, dude.
Oh man.
Hey, I just want the best
Surprise.
opponents.
Surprise.
Yeah, I guess surprise, huh?
So Chris, what now that you hear this, like, is this messed up your game plan? Do you know who Vladimir is? Do you know any?
I honestly didn't know who Matt Fish was or Vladimir. I don't know.
Does it really matter to you, or you just you feel that confident you're gonna smash anybody they put in front of you?
I feel pretty confident.
I like to
I
hear
train
that.
with Jacob Abbott and them. So,
Oh, bro. So you're up in Washington then?
yep.
Oh, bro, that's Team Strong Arms over there. That is no joke. Yo, these guys, you guys on the East Coast might not know them, but yo, these guys roll deep into the tournaments. They come like 20 deep, and they all got their shirts on, and they practically dominate every class. They just destroy it. I've been watching these guys from the beginning, and I actually used to practice with a lot of you guys. We'd meet up in Oregon every month. I'd go up there, and we'd have this huge super series like practice where we'd have super matches, and there'd be like 80 to 100 dudes. We would do it at Sean McCullocher, his house, and I forgot where it was. It was somewhere near Portland, but yeah, this team is no joke, bro. So that's gonna be a good one. So Steve, tell us about his opponent. Like, what do we know about him and all that?
The first that I know from Vladimir is that I knew he was strong before. Then when we had the barbecue over here, and I wanted to like introduce myself and get everybody together, he's going to be a brick stone wall. Roger Learn was pulling with Vlad, and Vlad's a beast, man. Aiden can tell you too as well. I'm saying unless you're going through guys like I think, who did he go up against? Bellinger. Was it Bellinger he went up against, Dan?
Yeah. Yep.
And he beat Bellinger. So Vlad's a beast, dude. So unless you got a strong enough hand, his arm is ridiculously strong too. So I see him taking on guys that are 240 plus. He walks around like around 209, 220 around there. But he's a lot stronger than I thought. You know what I mean? I think he's going to end up holding you center, my friend.
Chris, how long have you been training with Team Strong Arms and all?
Since I started.
How long ago was that?
17.
Oh, bro, this dude's a killer, bro. I'm telling you guys, don't sleep on this guy.
I'm ranked in the top 5 on Team Strong Arm, so
Wow. Yeah, this is no joke.
I'm pretty confident in my strength.
Yeah, Steve, like you got to check this.
No, I seen him. He went up against arm practitioner. So arm bending practitioner. You know what I mean? Which
Caleb Velasco.
Yeah.
Okay, I know Caleb. Yep, he's a North Cal guy.
Yeah. So Caleb's good, you know what I mean? But also Caleb's about 165, 170. We're talking about a 209 to 220 to 243 plus, that Vlad's taking on. So these 165 guys is like, talking to Sam Mitchell, nothing against Sam. Sam's an absolute fucking monster, and he'll hold anybody pretty much center with his fucking hand. It's like holding a wrench. You mean? So, but ask Sam what it is when he goes up against Vlad. It's a different story. The guy is an
It's two hands. That's what it is. Two hands at least.
Yo,
I'm
Chris, you gotta
I'm a
call up
hook
some of your
puller. I'm
boys,
an
bro.
inside guy, so I like to
Yo,
press or hook. Either way is comfortable.
Chris, you need to get some of your boys in here, bro. They're all teaming up on you over here. The City Slickers are fucking like hyenas over here.
Actually, I don't mind being the underdog. I kind of want some big matches to just prove myself in a way.
Nice.
So
Let's say
Chris is pulling Garrett, correct?
Chris is pulling Garrett. No, Zach's pulling Garrett.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
And Zach, Zach, what's up, brother? It's hard to see you over there. You're real dark and all. Like, tell us
I'm
about
the dark.
yourself.
I'll see if I can get to better lighting here.
So, Zach, where are you from, and how long you been arm wrestling?
I'm originally from the East Coast, but I live up here in Alberta, Red Deer. I train with Matt. I've trained for about 3 years now. I'm number 4 in Alberta on the ranking system there, and yeah, representing the country folks.
So you roll with Dakota then, right? Dakota's on your team. All
Yeah.
right, very nice. So you're representing the country folks. All right, all right. So who's the City Slicker you're taking on?
That'll be Garrett. Yeah, Garrett Tupper.
All right, and how are you feeling right now? Are you feeling confident? What's the deal?
Yeah, I'm feeling like it's going to be a good match. I know he's got a bit of a size advantage on the arm on me, but I'm not too intimidated by it.
Okay. What's up, Alexander Clark? How you doing? Birds Rule, Spacey. We got Eric. Eric, what's it up in the house, man? My man from New York over there. Hell yeah. So Steve, so what are you are you pulling anybody, or are you kind of just like the head coach of the City Slickers?
Head coach of the City Slickers, kind of monitoring, doing everything else. If I can pull their sponsor, their promoter, like my whatever their promoter is, I'd love to pull him there afterwards. You mean?
Ooh,
So
okay.
that'd be great if you guys can tell your promoter to put something on. I'll be more than happy to pull him.
I
Yeah.
love how you made it like it's like two sides here. You're like the leader of one side, and I like this style, man. It's like you guys you're kind of going at each other and everything, and this is gonna be a fun event to watch, man.
Oh yeah,
So-
definitely fun event to watch, man. It's gonna start at 2 a.m. on Thursday with the live stream, taking pictures, videos. We're gonna be posting them on Facebook, on Steve Fernandez, on my Facebook, and yeah, man, it's gonna be a great show. You know, every single match that we have is gonna be from 154, 165, 176, and so on and so forth. And every single match that I think is gonna be, hey, and I'm not taking him lightly at all. You know, Jonathan or Zach. You know, Zach is fast as fuck. I know he is. You know, that's why he's going up against Garrett. You know, Garrett's as strong as hell. You guys know Garrett. Ryan, you know Garrett. Paul, you know Garrett. You know what I mean? Us, you know, from this side, you know, we know Garrett Tupper, you know, the Vermont Hold Shielder, you know, so he's got his name stamped over on this side. We don't know Zach too much about him because, you know, I'm sure he's stamped over there by Alberta. You know what I mean? And I know Dakota Shipton. He's an absolute fucking monster. You know, but he's also won up against my boys too, you know, Matt Wilds, you know.
Oh, that dude is the real deal out of Jersey, bro.
Oh
That
yeah,
dude's
Matt Wilds took him to town, you know what I mean, in MAC tournament over there. So, but don't get me wrong, Dakota's an absolute monster. So is Zach. Their whole crew, you know, Brian Parliament, he's a great guy too as well. But you know, we have
how many matches all together here? Because I want to actually, you know, I want to
11.
hear how many. All right, so it's 11, and it's city. Everyone's a City Slicker versus a country folk.
Yes.
Okay, so what's your prediction on right now? How many of the City Slickers are going to win?
Me?
Yeah, I mean, you're the coach. You should.
I'm going to be
this,
honest with you. I only see us maybe losing 2, 3 the most. That's about it.
Man.
I don't want to say who, but that's the only thing that I'm taking out of that. I think everybody else has it's either a win or has a little bit of a fight, but I don't really want to call who is who and everything else and who's going to lose. I don't want to say like that, you know what I mean? But in general, that's the way I'm seeing it so far is maybe not 9-3, you know, 8-4, you know. I see us dominating almost the whole thing, almost, you know, seriously. You know what I mean?
Well,
So
let me ask you this, bro. Is the stereotype right? Are the country folk, are they more quiet and humble? You know, because I could see you City Slickers, man. You here talking shit like, yo, we're coming in to take over. We taking over the state that day. Like,
hey, man, it's just the way it is. You know what I mean? I'm not, you know what I mean? I just that's the way I feel about it. I'm gonna give this type of energy to my guys to make sure they do what they got to do. And I know every single one of them from 154 all the way up to 243 plus are all absolute fucking monsters, man. I got guys that were on Knuckles Up, Vermont Hold Shielders. Sam Mitchell's an absolute beast, can go range even to 198 even if we wanted to. Dan's a national champion. You know what I mean? So we have all these different guys that are absolute monsters and beasts and went up against the best. You know what I mean? So I'm backing up my guys as best as I can. You know what I mean? And look, I know some of their guys too. That's why I don't want to, call them down. Like Zach's a beast. I heard of him before anybody's even talked to me about him, just for the fact that I know his speed and how he hasn't been in even the sport for that long. And he's been beating guys that are 230, 250, even 320 pounds from what I heard. You know what I mean? So it's all depending on, really it's the day, man. I think with Garrett and him, I think Garrett's going to win that. He's going to try to hit him hard. Garrett's going to catch him and bring him right back. But anything can happen, Yo,
I got to read this comment. It's going to get the Nightmare a little fired up. All Slitty Slickers win except Danny Boy gets walked by Playboy Roy. Oh, shots fired, bro. You guys say back to that, Dan?
That's an East Coast guy just being a little sour, but it's all good. When I come home with a win, he can be even more sour about it. I can care less. I really, really look forward. You were talking about power versus tech and being, one trick pony. I think I do. Kevin's got more time in the sport than I do, but I think he's a one trick pony. All side pressure that's all his game is. And I'm going to exploit the fuck out of that because I know exactly where to go. I know exactly what I'm going to do. And it's going to be a fucking show and a half because I'm looking forward to his energy. Because that boy brings a lot of energy. Kevin Playboy Roy, he brings a lot of energy. He's going to make it a lot of fun, winning or losing. I don't think I'm going to lose anything. If anything, I'll probably experiment and lose something. But beyond that, I ain't going to lose a round.
Yeah, you're coming to give somebody a nightmare. Playboy Roy is going to have a nightmare when you leave, huh?
Absolutely. Listen, not just him, but every single person there. Because I plan on pulling and teaching them who the nightmare.
Sam and Chris. Chris and I want to hear what you, Chris and Zach. What's your thoughts, man? These City Slickers are coming in hot. They're running their mouths and all. Like, you think you're gonna humble them that day?
I think I have a good chance of winning, and I think Team Strong Arms is going to win every match.
How many other guys from Strong Arms are going to be pulling?
I believe there's 3.
Oh, wow. So you guys are coming deep. I got to ask you, is the big man, Jacob Abbott, coming also?
I don't believe so, but is Jack Severa still going? I don't know. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So he's definitely going to win. And Sean Lester, and I do believe I will win too.
Oh, Sean Lester, he's a beast, dude. I know that's that tall, lanky dude that's just an absolute fucking monster on the table. He came into the sport just destroying everybody. He made a lot of waves on the West Side.
We should have, Steve, we should read the whole roster for everybody. So, because that way everyone knows who's pulling.
Yeah, just so you guys know, it's going to be Len Houghton versus Ben Ciappoli, Mason versus Aiden LeMay, Hunter Bratton versus Sam Mitchell.
Wait, before we keep going, is there any like real beefs that have been going? Because I was hearing some things were going on. There was a little drama. Do we have any real matches that are like they don't like each other? Like, name those first.
No, it wasn't any beef between any matches. All the guys actually were all good and they're great guys and polite. This is all.
We need somebody to talk some shit, bro. We want to see the real. What did you just say, Zach, about your ponies? A pussy? What? All right, keep it going, Steve. Tell us the list here, bro.
Hunter Bratton versus Sam Mitchell, Jolene Anderson versus Madison Walker, Zach Monroe versus Garrett Tupper, Playboy Roy versus the Nightmare. And that's actually one of the that match is actually winning. So that's not even one of the matches that I have even losing. It was Dan. I think Dan's going to end up taking his hand. You know what I mean? So as strong as Roy thinks that he's going to be able to take him, put him, give him some side pressure, I think Dan's going to end up taking his hand. And Roy even said the other day, his wrist and his hand's a little kinked. So if your hand's already a little kinked,
Mm-mm.
Dan's going to take him for a ride, man.
Wow.
Yep.
So, and then I got Sean Lester versus Jason Ciardi.
Okay, so Jason,
Ciardi's-
tell us about Jason because I know about Sean. He's a
so
beast.
Jason actually started like the Knuckles Up and the High Five crew and everything, all like that. So he's been pulling.
Oh, I
for
know
years.
him. I know
Yeah.
him very well. Okay.
So and I
Mr.
think he's
Suave,
really,
he's always comes all dressed up in this
all
suit
sharp,
and real
dressed
slick
up,
looking.
fresh.
I
Looks
like
like
him.
fucking 20-something, maybe 30-something years old, and he's like fucking 40-something. Dude, he's
Yep.
a good-looking guy. He's a really strong guy.
Yeah, he's
And in general, I think he's really. I don't think people take him, as being a really good puller at 198. He's an absolute beast at 198, man. As a pro, he's really, really
Bro,
good.
he better be against this Sean Lester, dude. This kid was like the phenom when he came out. And, I know you guys don't hear much about him. I'm over here on the West Coast as well. So I get to hear these guys. And this was one of the like real stars over here, dude. So I'm sorry, Jason. I love you and all, but I'm going to have to go with Sean on this one, man. Just remember I said that, guys.
Yep.
I'm telling you, that kid, Sean Lester, is no joke. Do you guys even know him? Have any of the East Coast guys heard of this
No,
guy?
to tell you the truth, no, never heard of him.
Well, I'm telling, bro, this is a phenom on this side, bro. Am I right, guys? Team Strong Arms. Am I right saying that? He's like the top dog on your team over in his weight class, right?
Yeah, he's the top 198 guy.
Yeah, bro, this kid's a fucking killer, bro. Yeah, remember
yeah.
I said that, guys. Just remember this one, man. I'm telling you, I know that one.
Then Vlad's pulling Chris Johnson, which I think is going to be a good fight. It's just, I think, and look, I seen Chris going up a couple different guys. You know what I mean? It's just, Vlad was a lot stronger than I thought, man, and so did the rest of the guys too. As soon as they gripped up with him, they already knew what he was all about. But it's just to show what he showed when he was here at the barbecue was just on a different level. So
It's
we'll
just
see
that name, bro. He's just like meant to arm wrestle with
he
Vlad
really
as
is.
your name,
He
bro. It's
really
just
is,
like,
man. He puts up a wall, and it's unbelievable what the amount of power he's able to fucking to just hold you right there. It is, but you'll feel him, Chris. You'll see what it is, and then you got
I can't
Jack.
wait.
Yeah, I'm good. Then you got Jack versus Roger Learned. And they're pulling
who's Roger going again? What's that guy's name?
Jack Severa.
Oh, that's Team Strong Arms?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think he just
that
won
is,
Nationals, right? IFA Nationals. I think he just won left hand.
and
What
he
weight
just
class is
won
he?
Worlds.
Worlds.
Wow. What weight class is he? 242?
231, I think.
Yeah,
Okay.
Roger's pulling left and right. He's pulling 230 right and 240 left.
Yeah, Roger's amazing puller. I mean, I've been watching him from the very beginning. That dude was like, at one time every month he had a fucking super match all over the country. He was traveling.
Yeah. Roger was on Knuckles Up. He's an absolute beast, man.
I just got to catch up with a couple cons. We're so far behind with them. So then we'll get back to this. Alexander Clark says, anyone here have any experience with a berserker table? I'm looking for another quality table, and those look pretty damn good. I've never even seen that. Anybody seen this berserker table he talks of?
No.
Wow, I've never. Yeah, I gotta look this up. If you got a website or something that we could check it out, I'm always down to look at a new table for sure. And then let me say over here, Ryan, I have a combat table as well. Those are super sturdy too. There is definitely a difference in quality with certain tables. Yeah, so I have experience with the combat arm sports tables. Those things are one of the best in the game. I know they're out of Texas. I think Billy Ortega's just teamed up with them. That's the president of TAL, and I know they're working with them. But that was the first two tables I got was that, and I also got a Travis Bajan one done from the combat arm sport table, and those things out of the ones I have, definitely the best one for sure. They're a little pricey and all, but it's definitely, you get what you're paying for sure. All right, keep it going. I'm sorry to keep cutting you in, man.
No, you're good. And we got Miles Hutton versus Vlad. So he's going right arm with him. Same thing, same night. So Vlad's got his hand. He's got his work cut out for him too. He's pulling two guys on the same night, right hand, because one of our guys got hurt before going out. So one of them pulled a.
That's the one thing I hate, man. It's like when you get all these events and you got all these puller, those last minute, like, who's got hurt or who's backing out, and that gets stressful, man. Have you been experiencing a lot of that with this event?
Yeah, a lot. I had to really change up. I don't even know how many different guys. If Aiden and actually Dan's on here, Dan, how many guys that I had to go through, man? It was like, I don't even 20, 30. I have no idea.
Wow.
Except for pilots, man. Everybody was just like, "Yeah, I'm hurt," or I was coming up. I got this, that, and third. Like,
Yeah, to try to get guys in and then say yes and then no and then yes and then no is just like a lot, and then just canceling at the last minute, or being hurt. If you're hurt, that's a different story. But just not being able to go is just
How is it with the flights getting there? From the East Coast, is it like a direct flight, or do you got to do a couple? Because I remember when I looked it up, just coming from San Fran, it literally had me going all the way down to like fucking Utah or Arizona, and then flying all the way back up to Montana. And I'm like, it had been like a full day of travel and all that in a couple different flights, and I was like, fuck. That's the only problem with some of these states. They don't have like that many direct flights and all.
Definitely a couple different flights. We're going to be stopping, I think, in Washington, and then we'll be flying from there to Bozeman, Montana, and then from Bozeman, Montana, we'll be taking another bus from that airport to Great Falls to the mansion. So it's going to be another 3 hours from there.
Oh, tell me about this mansion, bro. So, what did you get? Like, you went an Airbnb, got some fucking big ass baller shit? Like,
yeah, it was a big Airbnb. I looked at a few different places, and a couple of them were a little small. Then we had two of them, and I didn't want to do it in two houses because it just didn't make any sense. We wanted to film everything in one place, and the bill kept on getting higher and higher as we got more and bigger of a house. But it's beautiful, man. Jacuzzi outside, 2 floors. One of the rooms has like 5 beds in it. Then you got to think it was about five bedrooms. It's a huge place. It's definitely a huge place. 4 bathrooms.
Brandon, you should go and order like a male escorts, like strippers in there, and we'll fucking video as they come knock on the door. Fucking like, we should do some funny shit with that, bro.
Craigslist trannies over.
We got a comment from Frederick. He says, "What was the drama about the promo video the other promoter put out that had the city slickers all worked up?" Yeah, get in. That's what I'm here. I didn't know what was going on, but I did hear some rumors going around. So kind of catch us up on the little drama that was going down.
So I just took the video as because they said that they were flying us out. And obviously, I talked to the guys before I even said anything to them, and they felt the same way, that they were flying us out. But they took the video down. We came to an understanding. They completely understand where we were coming from, and they had a couple of, not only us, but I guess other people were saying a couple of different things that they felt the same way, and we just didn't want to feel that somebody else was taking care of us by flying us down there when we're actually paying for all our stuff. We paid for all our tickets and did everything, So, and they understood, obviously afterwards, and we came to an agreement, they're doing a lot, for us too, as well. They're coming up with this whole production, everything else. So it was an understanding, and that's what you have to kind of do. Not everybody's going to agree with everything they're doing, but at the end of the day, if everybody, comes together and we come into agreement all together, then it's good,
So Frederick says Austin said something rude and the whole thing looked like it might be getting canceled. So that's why we need you pulling the other promoter, bro. We need to, let's settle these beefs on there. More drama. Drama sells, bro. This is what we want to see.
It's not getting canceled. I spoke to him. Everything's all good. Everything's all going to be happening. We're all good with everything. And as far as I know, there was some discussions about, a couple different things, but all in all, it got canceled, and then we brought everything back up together. And now we're all back together, and it's not getting canceled. Nothing's going to happen. Everything's all good. We spoke about everything. It was just a disagreement, like I said, from when we watched something, and we weren't the only ones, because there was a couple of people that were commenting, and it was a kind of negative comment. So they took a little bit too far. Shit gets out of hand.
This is what we want to see, guys. You guys are starting the reality show before it's even started. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's fine. This is all gravy. This is what we want. I'm hearing rumors around the community. Something's going on. It might get canceled. Now everybody wants to see. Everybody's here asking questions and all. So this is all good shit, bro. This is reality TV coming to life right now, man. I'm in. I like this. I'm feeling this, bro. Hell yeah.
So I like that, things like this, that hopefully nothing did get canceled and nothing went, sour to the worst, that it could have gone. I'm glad everything worked itself out. But to the live streaming show that we're going to be doing, from the 2 a.m. on, things are going to happen. Obviously, we're going to have 15 people in one house. Some people are going to be upset. Some people are going to be happy. Some people are going to give a shit. So, but I can't wait. It's going to be
Wait,
good.
so all you guys, so the city slickers and the country folk are staying in under the same roof?
No, just the city slickers.
Oh man, so where's the country folk gonna be?
I have no idea.
Oh, bro, you guys are shitting on them right now, bro. You got them a mansion, they're living large, and now who's gonna be filming the country folk over here? Do we have a camera people for them or?
I don't think so. I don't think they're taking it all.
Bro, you guys are controlling the media and everything, bro. Oh shit. I feel, come on, man. We got to get something going here. Zach and Chris, and let's get one of your boys get with a camera and start documenting your way and how you feel, bro. Like these city slickers are coming in, living large and all this shit, and staying in mansions, and they're gonna have strippers at the house partying all night. Like,
yeah,
what's
we're gonna
going
have a
on?
party. We're gonna have a party bus going from here at 2 a.m. over to JFK. So we're gonna be partying here from the second everybody gets here. And I was talking about everybody today. It's gonna be between 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. So we're gonna be partying here, doing whatever we got to do to get ready. And obviously, the bus is gonna get here. Some of us are gonna be, sipping on something. Some people are gonna be smoking on something, but it is what it is.
So Frederick seems to be all connected. Frederick part of the country folk over there, because he said on the last comment, Nightmare ain't beating his opponent, no way. And then he just said, I don't think Steve can beat anyone. Oh man, Frederick, who are you, brother?
Yeah, I don't even know who Frederick is.
Frederick might be one of the crew of the country folk over there, man. I don't know, but he's feeling a little spicy in the chat right now, dude.
Yeah, if you want, I can press you real quick as soon as I get to Montana.
Oh, there you go, baby. There you go. So kind of tell me, like, how are we going to all do this now? Like, so you're going to do the whole lead up and everything, the behind the scenes of the city slickers house and all that. And then when does it go to the event and change? I guess it's going to be on another channel, or everything's going to be going through your channel. Like, how's that going to work? Because I know you're working with the M spot.
Yeah. So we're going to be doing it Thursday when we get there. And till Friday too, we're going to do the face-offs and everything else like that, filming. We're going to be going to the hot springs too as well, filming and doing everything else. And as well, when Saturday hits, they're going to be doing the live stream through the M spot. And then right after we're done doing the live stream through the M spot, going back that night, live streaming at the mansion and everything else. And then same thing, vice versa, going there till Sunday, and Sunday on the way back to the airport.
Okay, and Frederick says Steve bringing his mommy to Montana, and then the watcher wants to know, is his mom hot? Oh, you guys, man, crazy. And
I met her; she's very nice.
Yeah, actually, I didn't even think of that. I did meet her. She was over. You brought her to Knuckles Up, right?
Yeah, I brought her to Ryan's Arnold Classic Qualifier, which was a great time at the Goblet, and he's gonna have another one coming up on November 9th, I think. Right, Ryan? Yeah, he's gonna have another one over there too. And my mom met him too. And then my mom met you when we were at Knuckles Up.
Hell yeah, bro. Yep. Hell yeah. I was just representing the Arnold's shirt I had. I found it in my my closet. I was like, oh shit, I forgot I had this one. I had to put that on and represent for Knuckles Up.
Steve's mom's the one who broke up the fight between me and Walker and Reed.
No, she wasn't.
Oh, wait. Yeah, you got to catch us up on that, man. I heard some talk or whatever, but I didn't really get a story. I kind of didn't want to press on anything, but now it's a good time, bro. I want to hear what happened with that whole thing. So we got different perspectives here. So Gronin, kind of fill us in, kind of give us the background. I think it was at Steve's tournament, right? It was at your tri-state
event? Arnold's Classic Qualifier, and they were outside, getting in each other's faces. Nothing happened. There was no fighting or anything like that, but they got broken up.
Who was getting in whose face and all? Like, who was it through?
It was Steve and Ryan. They were getting in each other's face and stuff. So it wasn't too much.
Ryan was in Steve's chest because Steve's a fucking big dude. He's pretty tall and all that.
Big fella,
yeah, I was trying to stay in the middle of him. Trying to calm Steve down because he's fucking gigantic. It's hard to even calm him down when he's that big. And
you're sitting in between 200-300 pound monsters, bro. I don't know how much you're gonna be able to do over there, but
exactly.
But
Yeah.
what actually went down? Like, like, was it resolved? Did they nobody how did we
After
end
everything
that?
else, no, after everything else, they ended up talking. I think it was Ryan and Tracy and the girls. Which they're, I guess, in good ways, and James and him. That from what I saw, everything ended up in a decent way. It wasn't, nobody was trying to fight each other. At the end of the day, Steve calmed down and was sat there on the side, and so did Ryan, which I appreciate that. And that's really what it is, man. I appreciate it wasn't as bad as I hopefully it wasn't going to be. Thank God. So
Good. Yeah, no, I want to see that resolved and all, and we don't need to have drama. We're all trying to do the same thing and grow the sport, and all you guys are throwing great events and all, so we should all just come together and hang out on that. But
Yeah.
Chris, I want to talk to you, brother, because you've been pretty quiet over there, and hey, hold on, I got to switch my camera view.
What's up, Chris?
What's up?
Boom. So Chris got a big event coming up this weekend as well, right? It's this Saturday we got it.
Yeah, it was Saturday.
All right, so tell us all about that, man.
You mean
It's
like
gonna
the
be
event?
freaking badass, and
Yeah, like I honestly
talking
think I
about-
have a good chance to win my match.
Oh no, my bad. I'm mixing. I'm thinking it's okay. I'm talking to the other Chris in here. We got South Florida arm wrestling in
okay.
here. I'm looking at Chris and I don't see his mouth moving, but then I realize that you're Chris as well. My bad, bro. I gotta be more. Yeah, South Florida Chris. So he's got a big event coming down, and he's where is it? Tell us all about it, and what time and where can people check it out?
This show's unorganized.
Yeah, right, bro. I'm like fucking all over the place over here.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Thanks for asking about it. It's going to be in Pompano Beach, Lighthouse Point, at the Retreat Lounge.
Oh my bro,
And
I can't
it's
believe
called Halloween Arm Havoc.
I used to live over there, man. I used to have a fucking house over there for a few years, Lighthouse Point, bro. That's the shit over there. That's a nice area, bro. I didn't realize that's where it was.
Yeah.
All right, sorry to cut you off. Keep going, man. My bad, bro.
Mm-hmm. That's right. So, yeah, it's gonna be badass, man. We're gonna have amateur, pro. It's at a really nice location. Yeah, you guys should check it out. I was just at Andre Shark's training facility in Davie this morning. They kicked my ass. I got a huge bruise right here. Oh, it was awesome, man. We're getting ready for it. A lot of guys are going to come out to it. There was at least 10 of them there that were talking about it.
Fuck yeah.
What was I going to say?
So tell us a real quick about tell us about the Shark, bro, because I know he's got a big super match coming up with a legend Ron Bath and all. Like, how is he? Is he looking prepared? Is he looking, ready to beat somebody like Ron Bath?
Oh my God, yeah, he's looking like freaking amazing, 100%. I think he's gonna win for sure. Yeah.
Wow, very nice, man.
Great, yeah.
I want to go around the room and kind of get everybody's prediction of that, because this one that's it's a big one, and this would be wow, what a big win if Shark could pull this one off, man. This will put him, I think, at a whole nother level. So Gronin, what's your thoughts on this, man? Can Shark pull it off against Ron Bath?
Ooh, it's gonna be a tough match, but I think he might be able to.
Okay.
I think it'll be close. I don't think it's going to be like a flash pin for either guy.
Okay. Now I want to hear from Sam. Sam, what's your thoughts, man? And do you know all about the Shark or Sam Mitchell? You there, buddy? I think we lost him. Or
I'm here. Sorry.
so what's up, brother? Who's gonna get the win? Do you know about the Shark?
Oh, I know about him. I've seen him. He's a beast. I mean, I feel like it could be a war. And I'm probably going to go with Shark, I guess.
Okay. Wow. It's definitely going to be a tough one. And the watcher, he goes, "Do any of you have hair transplants and a love for hummus?" So I hear the spot for hair transplants. You know, I think I watched a video with Matt Mask, and I think it's Turkey is the spot to go. And I don't know. I think maybe Engin might have just recently got one. You know, it kind of looks like you got a full.
The whole country of Turkey uses Engin's eyebrows for the hair.
Oh shit, man!
For the transplants.
I might have to look into it.
So
I do
Chris
like hummus,
Johnson,
though.
man, I got to hear from you, brother. Who do you think is going to get the win between Ron Bath, the legend of our sport, going against the young buck coming up, hungry as hell, the Shark?
I honestly think Andrei Sharkovich is going to win, to be honest. He handled Ryan Bowen pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Zach, what's your thoughts on this?
I think it's going to come down to endurance, and I mean, Ron's getting older, so I think Andre has enough power to kind of match him enough that he'll kind of bleed him out enough that he'll just be able to fold his hand over.
Okay. Chris Johnson, you got a fan in the room, Keith. He says, "What's up, Chris Johnson?" Hell yeah, bro.
Yeah, that's one of my team members. He's pretty strong. He's 154 puller.
Okay. Team strong arms in the house, man. I
Yep.
know those
Team
dudes,
strong
those
arms.
dudes, bro, for real. And Steve Fernandez, what's your thoughts on that whole match between the Shark and Ron Bath, the legend?
Eric.
So
I just saw Shark. We just saw Shark pull Paul and Ryan. You know what I mean? And
Too
to
strong.
be honest with you, man, I didn't think it was going to be that easy against Bowen. I really didn't think it was going to be that easy, and he really took him for a ride, man. You know what I mean? Shark is on a different level, I think, right now, and I think he's got the actual strength to beat Ron. And just like Zach said, I don't think he's going to be able to. And not that the Shark's got gas in his tank, because from what I've seen, he usually doesn't have too much. But Ron, like you said, he's getting older, and I don't think he's going to be able to keep up with Shark.
Okay. Chris Johnson got a bunch of fans in the room. Sheba says, "Let Chris Johnson speak." Yeah, Chris, what do you guys say, bro?
I mean, just that I think I'm going to win my match, to be honest. I honestly think I have a good chance, but I mean, other than that, I don't really know what else to say.
Let me ask you, Chris, how do you think you're going to win your match, Chris?
Huh?
How do you think you're going to win your match? What are you looking to do? Are you looking to top roll him? Are you looking to press him? What are you looking to do? What's your?
I'll probably
He's writing this down.
to be honest. That's where I'm not much of a top roller at all.
So would you say? I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
I'm not much of a top roller. I can only hook or press.
Okay.
Well, I got to say, everybody in the chat is going with Ron Bath. Everybody on the show is going with Shark. It's a big contrast going on here. That's definitely
Because
interesting.
nobody in the chat's ever trained with them, dude. You know what I'm saying? If you train with them, they would know what's up. They would know.
I pulled them once.
Oh, if you're seeing a guy today, it was fucking.
Eric, what's your thoughts, bro? Like, who do you think is going to win?
Sharkovich.
Yeah, you think he's on that level right now, huh?
Oh hell yeah.
Yeah, I got to say, man, just knowing the Shark, and when I seen him at that last Knuckles Up, he put on about 15 pounds from what I normally seen him at. And I mean, the dude's already looks like a specimen, but, to add that extra weight and being in the 230s, he looked like a whole nother person, man. And, I thought it was actually going to be a match between him and Bowen. And then, he made it where it wasn't even close, dude. So, yeah, the Shark is definitely for real, but you never want to really, go against a legend, bro, because they got the experience, they could pull shit off. So, if anybody is gonna surprise everybody, I could see Ron got some tricks up the sleeve and know how to handle it. But right now the trajectory of the Shark, I think he's gonna be the favorite. So we got David says Ron's legend, don't disgrace. Okay. And then
Absolutely, but
Keith says Ron Bath is no doubt a legend, but Sharkovich has gotten really strong lately. Based off what I've seen, I'm excited for the match. Yeah, this one's gonna be a good one for sure, man. I can't wait for that, for real.
Fucking Ron Bath's wife
is
can
massive
beat
right now.
me.
Angie beat you?
Oh, I'm sure she could, dude.
I think so too, bro. I remember when I went to Indiana and Yeah, I threw an event over there with Cobra, and you know, I was competing, and then I didn't even realize she was competing. She's in the middle of a conversation with me and Ron, and she's like, "Oh, hold on, I got to go up." And I'm like, "Wait, you're pulling today?" Next thing, she goes on stage, boom, bangs, destroys everybody, and then comes right back down and just finishes the conversation. I was like, "Yo, you made that look way too easy. Like it was kind of
She's
crazy.
a
Like,
monster. Yeah.
yeah, for real." So Mr. Peanut says if he wins, he's the guy who beat an old man. If he loses, he's the shit who got beat by old man.
Lose right there.
There you go. And he says, I thought it was Shark versus Lachlan. No. Lachlan, I don't think Lachlan's pulling Shark. Does anybody know of that? Was there any match going on with that? Lachlan Adair, I'm assuming. I don't think so, bro. I haven't heard anything like that.
I'd like to see it.
Yeah, that could be an interesting match. Yeah, and I think Lachlan's right around that weight these days as well. You know, but I also know Lachlan is locked up in contract. You know, I think he's with that East versus West contracts, and also I don't know if that will work out, but you know, I would definitely be cool to see that. Wait, David says yes at East versus West, Shark versus Lachlan. Wow, is this true? We
I haven't heard
100%
anything.
confirmed.
That's a match right there, dude.
When is this?
I gotta look this up.
Lachlan is pulling Shark in South Africa, I believe. Wow. Okay. That would be interesting. I mean, I could see that happen because, you know, Shark pulled that knuckles up, and I'm sure Engin is literally anybody that pulls there. He's trying to get them, you know, to get a match at East versus West next. And next thing you'll see contracts coming out. I could definitely see that. Yeah, no, Shoot, I'm not discussing anything with him anymore. You know, anybody that hangs out with some crazies, bro, I'm not gonna talk to them. I just don't want my name mentioned around these crazies anymore, bro. I'm done with that. Austin Collins, if it's right, Andre wins against Lachlan. Yeah, Lachlan is he's strong with both arms, but I think left hand dominant is definitely his thing. I have not seen Lockley in a while. I mean, I've been watching his training videos, and he finally got somebody he could pull with that's getting him a lot stronger. He's pulling with Rickard Borman, and you know, Rickard is that young phenom, 20 years old, and just came into the sport 1 year in. This goes to what we were talking about earlier, and all. And you know, I was saying 3-4 years it usually takes for somebody to come in and really figure things out. This guy Rickard, bro, he's figured it out from day one. This dude is just a specimen, man. But he's just holding Lachlan center, him and Bowen, and you know, they're just making it. He made it look so easy. And guys, check it out Monday night. It's going to be late for the East Coast. It's going to be 11 p.m. Eastern time. I got Rickard Borman coming on my channel along with my co-host Matt Conley, and we're going to be asking all about what's going on this weekend because they got the big AWE event. It's an 8-man round robin. And Rickard is the champion from the first one, and they've just went and got the biggest dudes they could find on that side of the world, and they're throwing them at Rickard and see if Rickard could, you know, destroy everybody. So that one's going to be a good one for sure. David Shubit's round robin idea: the IAP promoter versus the arm wrestling crazies. Bro, I'm done. I don't want to. No more crazies for me, man. I was telling Ryan last night, bro. I'm on the side of my house chasing people away. I got all cameras everywhere, and I'm like thinking fucking Steve Gullup's in my fucking woods back there and shit. Fucking yeah, man. I don't want to be living like
You're
that.
having it rough.
So Drew just shared the AWE Underground link. So guys, it's going to be free this weekend coming up. But it's not going to interfere with any of your guys' events. I know Steve's going to start posting Thursday, 2 a.m. And, you know, their event is Saturday night. Sunday morning is when North America will get to see the AWE Underground. It's going to be edited up. It's the 8-man round robin with Rickards in there, along with, like I said, some giants. And then he's also pulling this dude, Brett Coots, left hand, who Brett's been in the sport 17 years, has wins on Ron Bath, Ryan Bowen. Dude looks like a bodybuilder, bro. Just, I mean, tremendously strong. So that's going to be a good one. Definitely check that out. This weekend, man, we got just packed arm wrestling, guys, and we don't got to pay for any of it, man. We get to see everything pretty much free, and it's going to be a great weekend to be an arm wrestling fan and just to check all this out, man. Definitely a good one. Frank says, I've heard Rickard can pretty much do what he wants with everybody in AU right now. In Australia, I'm assuming. Yeah, bro, that's kind of what I'm hearing too. But the thing is, they don't have many super heavies over there. You know, their biggest dude would be Lachlan. I know they got some other big dudes, but nobody that's on that top level. You know, so it's hard to really size him up. You know, that's why I think we're going to get a good look at him January 25th at Knuckles Up 5 when he goes against Don Underwood. You know, and Don's making his comeback and all. So that's going to be an interesting match. It's going to be Rickard Borman versus Don Underwood. Steve, thoughts on that match? How does that go?
I don't think Underwood's going to beat him, man, to tell you the truth.
Okay.
Yeah, I just don't think so. Even for his comeback, I think that's going to be too much for him. I think I don't think he's going to win. I think he's way too strong, stronger than Underwood.
I can respect that.
Yeah.
Eric, what's your thoughts on that, bro?
How do I say? I just watched Battle of Arms recently. Little biased. No, I'm not really in tune with the other guy, but I think Underwood could make a comeback.
Okay. Well, you got to go check out Rickard Borman, man. I'm telling you, bro.
I have to get a little more, yeah.
Yeah, check.
So
go. Yeah, Drew put up a couple of comments above. He put on the link for AWE Underground. Click that, hit the subscribe, and then when we get off here, you could go and check that out and watch what he did at that first event. It was almost like he didn't even break a sweat and just kind of went through everything. Spacey says Nanya is probably hiding in Pole's trash as we speak. That's a good one, bro. That's a good one. And he says, Watcher, what happened to Nanya? He's like RVJ Junior. So yeah, we got I think Steve's got him going at a big match coming up, man. Kind of tell us about that.
Who, Nanya?
Yeah.
Yeah,
and make sure you have a contract where it says the exact time he has to be there, or he forfeits. And if there's any money involved, make sure that it's in the escrow account beforehand. He's not really good at coming up with money.
Or just reach out to Dave Shell and he'll advance it to you. And
yeah.
So tell us about that match, man, because this one is a good one.
Yeah, it's gonna be against Peter Brenner. Peter's an absolute beast, man. He's been killing a lot of people, man, at 198. So I think not too long ago he just was pulling pros. So for a little bit now he's been pulling pros, but yeah, it's they're both really explosive too, Nanya and him. So I think whoever really has it off the jump, you know what I mean, just for the fact they're both really strong. I think Peter has a little bit more than Nanya, but I think Nanya has a little bit more experience than Peter. So it's all going to be, and they're both really fast. They're really both explosive. So I think it's going to be one of the best matches of the night.
Okay. And Frederick says City Slickers getting smoked in Montana. They soft crying about a promo video. They got hammered on a table. They get hammered on a table. Frederick is feeling it tonight, bro. He's got it out. I hope he shows up at the event, man.
I was going to say, he does a lot of talking. I hope I see him at the actual place.
And we got Rios in the house. He says Dan Mosier is still recovering, laughing out loud. I don't know what that was. Oh, here we go. James Lee said Dan Mosier barely beats Brett Coots. Yeah. Okay. I didn't even know they went against each other. I got to check that one out. That could be a good one.
Yeah.
Drew says Don can be a great matchup. Only thing I don't like is not knowing his level and just coming back. Even Rickard winning will leave questions still, in my opinion. We know Don's level from 10 plus years ago, though. Yeah, Drew, you're right with that, man, because I think Don was away for, I think it was like a year or two, or, I know he was doing a lot of commentary and then he kind of just disappeared from the sport for a while and all. I think he had some personal issues going on. So, we didn't hear much of him over the last couple of years. So, I know he did went and got hip replacement surgery. And I know I did like a a 4-way round robin with him about 3 years ago against Mike Aiello, Jordan Sill, Chan Shaw. It was over in Oklahoma, and I just remember it was like he was having problems walking, man, and his hips locked up on him that day, and he just kept saying like, I got to get this shit fixed. So when I heard that he went and got that hip replacement, it definitely I think that's going to be a good thing, and that could give him the ability to get back to the old level. And I know he's got an official team he's training with over there, and they're no joke. I know he's got like that dude Bose over there, Austin Tevis, and there's some monsters over there he's training with. So I hope Don really makes this comeback, and this could be a good one. Who else would you guys like to see Rickard go against? Who's somebody that would like really test him?
Paul Lynn.
I think Paul's too small for him, man.
Yeah.
Might still test him though.
I don't think so, bro. I think that's too different. I mean, look what Lachlan and Paul Lynn were pretty close, and Rickard just holds him, and he said he was at 60% holding him in the center. So I think we need something. I mean, Rickard's like I think like 280, 300-pound boy, 6'4", 6'5", professional rugby player. I'd like to see somebody big, dude. Like who's a super heavy that you'd want to see him go against?
It's hard because it's got to be someone active,
Yeah.
A lot of the super heavies like kind of pick and choose their matches and wait till
Rickard is a presser, right? Mostly.
Say that again.
Is Rickard a presser?
I think he does everything, bro, to be honest. I don't think he really knows like his lane yet. I mean, he hasn't really been tested, and he pretty much just kind of overpowers everybody. So I'm not really sure what lane is, I haven't seen much of him. I've just been hearing so much amazing stuff. We seen him in that 8-man, and it was like he wasn't even tested that day, bro. He was just playing with everybody. So it's kind of hard to know where he's going to go, but I would imagine that he'd be a good presser. I mean, the dude's got the height, and he seems like really fast.
What about
Matt Mask? I wonder.
Ooh, that could be a good one, man.
What about Derek?
Yeah. I like that's a good one. What do you guys think, Derek Smith? Eric, what's your thoughts on that? Derek Smith you don't know Rickard much, so it's not good to ask you, man. Let's ask Chris Johnson, bro.
What's the question?
Derek Smith or Rickard Bornman?
I think Rickard would win.
Okay. Sam,
I would like to see Derek Smith win though, because he's the only one I've actually met and know at all. So
that's why I was asking you. He's a West Coast guy, so you might be able to have a little more info on him. And I think that's interesting just because Rickard's probably used to being the bigger opponent all the time, and going against a guy like Derek, I'm not so sure he's just going to be able to overpower him. He's going to have to, we're going to have to see if he's got technique to back everything up. What's your thoughts on that statement right there, Steve?
I'm not sure, man, to tell you the truth. Let me see Derek, if anything.
Okay. Yeah, we got to learn more about this guy Borman, because we really don't know what level he's at. Wow, everybody's on Nanya right now, bro. He says watch out for Nanya pulling fire alarms, and I'll vouch for that, Steve. Make sure you got some security there watching the fire alarms, especially if his dad's there, And then Mr. Peanut says Nanya is probably just rummaging through Paul's trash like a treasure hunter.
I'm trying to burn your boat.
And Nanya looks how I feel after I drink energy drinks from the dollar store.
Oh my god, dude.
Ivan says, what are you going to do when you Steve block on Facebook? What are you going to do when you I don't know what that meant, Ivan.
Yeah, he's got to learn how to write in English.
Richard says, I think Don wants to come back to the sport, to come back to lose, but his first match back is a big hill to overcome.
I wouldn't want that as my fucking return to arm wrestling match for sure.
You know what I was kind of thinking too, man, is I have a feeling when that all was set, I don't think Don really knew much about Rickard.
Right.
You know what I mean? Yeah. So it was like he heard the name and was probably like, I've never heard this dude. Yeah, I'll fucking take that match.
Even when he was talking to him at Knuckles Up on the live, he was like, "I'll beat you, young boy."
Oh, bro,
Like,
he was like sunning him that day. That was funny, bro.
I was like, "Oh man."
That's what I was thinking when he was saying it. I'm like, oh boy, like, yeah, I don't know if you're gonna be able to control and make him like a little kid on the table, man. But we'll see. We'll see. I don't know. That's gonna be interesting. What is Rio says? What is his weight? I don't know officially, but my guess would be like 280, 285, something like that. Schubit's Paul blitzed Lachlan. I don't know what that means. Borman versus Corey West. Oh, there you go. That's a good one. And then Drew says Tim Bresnan is a good tester for heavies.
Oh yeah, that's a good one too.
The only thing with Bresnan, Merrill, you don't know which Tim Bresnan is showing up, man. I've seen days where Tim has showed up and you're like, holy shit, bro, this dude's just like back to the old days. And then I've also seen days where it was like he was just going through the motions. When I watched him against Derek Smith in person, Derek just owned him, bro. And it was like almost like Tim didn't really give a shit that day.
What about Austin Jaggers? Yeah, I was just gonna say that.
I don't think that's a match because Lachlan, pretty much had his way with Jaggers, and that was a pretty significant difference in strength that day. And then to see what Borman is doing to Lachlan, I'm doing arm wrestling math there, but I think it's a pretty significant strength gap, So I'm not really sure that one would make so much sense. What else we got? Don is older man now with a lot of eggs and pains. Yep. And Paul Italia and Lee Priest. That dude's a monster. That's an old school. Didn't he almost get into it with Dennis Saplankov? Didn't they get on that, like they were at like a bodybuilding show or something, and I think they had Dennis come up to arm wrestle, and I think Lee Priest like bumped into him
yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Right? Did they arm wrestle that day?
Was that real or staged?
I think it was real arm wrestling, and then I think Lee's got that ego, bro. So he probably, after he lost, he probably felt like kind of like a jackass and kind of started messing with Saplankov. And I mean, Saplankov looks like a real deal, like killer, dude. That dude ain't playing like, you know what I mean? So I don't know. I wouldn't go
behind the scenes. He'll cut your head off or something.
Yeah. I've seen a video of him where somebody was like fucking with him. They were doing like a big tug of war, and they had like a bunch of like two teams going tugging at a rope, and then somebody came up and like kind of tried clowning Dennis, and then Dennis just kind of like kicked him and like tripped him and shit.
Oh
yeah. So guys, what other? Let's move on from the Rickard and everything. We're getting a little crazy with this over here, but what other topics? What's been going on in the arm wrestling? What's been the buzz around town and all? I know the whole thing with the Engin and Devon beef, and I've heard that. I haven't actually seen the videos, but can anybody like kind of catch us up on that whole shit?
Someone commented that there was a video earlier. I forgot. I didn't see who it was. I got to look that up because I did hear they've been arguing a lot on podcasts and stuff.
I think what's his name was on there, Baxter and John Brezink and Devin, and I think John Brezink and Engin were on the same side and kind of like talking shit to Devin, and I don't think Devin was really liking it, and I think there was something like that. Did anybody see any of these videos that we talk of?
Nope.
No.
I don't know. Nobody been following him. Yeah, and I gotta admit, bro, I don't really watch. Anytime I watch an Engin, I kind of get pissed off. So I feel like I don't really pay attention too much to his stuff and all. So yeah, if anybody else knows, man, come pop on and kind of tell us about it because I'm not really up to date with all that kind of shit. I've been more interested in all the the local stuff we got going on in North America. It's been so much great stuff going on here, and I just been pretty much focused on all that and all.
Yeah, every time I hear Engin's voice, I feel like I need to wax my eyebrows.
So, Gronin, what's going on with you, man? What do you got coming up next? You got any events or anything big coming?
November 9th, we have our domestic disturbance at the same place we had it our last tournament. Everybody loved the venue. We're releasing some belts at that tournament. We got some super matches with some of those middle finger FTG fucking trophies. So that'll be kind of cool. Yeah, that's our next. Yeah, it's not going to be a big event. It's one of our smaller tournaments for the year, but really, all my energy's on Winter Blast now. So,
Fuck yeah, I can't wait for that one, man. I was talking with
Oh
Marcus
yeah.
Thompson from Arm Gods, and they actually have a video that's going to be dropping, I think, like in the next like 36 hours, or I don't know how many hours it is now, but he sent me the preview, and it's
Yeah.
like a whole cartoon of like him, and he's got like everybody in there, and they've been just putting them out pretty religiously, but this one's like a big one. I think this is like 8 minutes long, and I'm excited to see this one. It's been pretty funny, guys. If you haven't already, get over by Arm Gods and check out all their, I don't know what you would call that. Is it like the AI cartoons or something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah. That was good.
They're also launching their app soon, which looks fucking awesome. And it's for anybody in the world. Like, it's kind of like it's how Arm Bets was kind of for everybody. This is kind of like that, but more in depth. Like, you can put your events in there. You can challenge people. You can use it like Instagram to post pictures. You can post videos. So that'll be interesting to see how that is when they launch it.
I'm actually Marcus was telling me he wanted to have me be a big part of that for North America launch, and I really wasn't too positive what he was talking about, but we're supposed to have a phone call in the next couple of days, and he was going to kind of break down everything and see how I could kind of get involved with that. So I didn't really know that's what it was. Like, he said it was a social media platform, but I didn't realize it was going to be like Arm Bets. Now I get it. Yeah, bro. Marcus, if you're listening, man, I can't wait. Yeah, definitely looking forward to that phone call. Rio says, I want to pull Baxter for number 20 spot in North America right hand. So Rios, I'll give you the little 411 on Baxter, bro. That's a world champion, man. That's a WAF world champion. He's been arm wrestling like 40 years. Dude's a legend, as far as, putting in the time. And he trains with Bob Brown's team. I've met him multiple times over at Bob's practices. Very quiet guy, great. I mean, I heard he is the man of business, dude. He owns like something like 30 or something, I forgot what restaurant it is, but the guy's doing it big and whatever he does in business and all, but also one of those really, really good arm wrestlers for sure. And we got a comment says, Engin said Devon was abusing rules. Devon argument was it's ref's job to stop him and foul if he was wrong. They tag teamed him, in my opinion. It felt planned attack by Engin and John Berzink.
Wow.
I mean, I kept saying it was a matter of time for this to happen. I know that Engin is very hard-headed in the way he is, and I knew that Devon and him were not going to get along for long, bro. I was like, this is like a short-lived like bromance they had going on at the beginning, but I think it's coming to a head right now, and I think they're definitely going to butt heads for sure. But what's your guys' thoughts on that, man? Is who's right on that? Is Engin and John are obviously saying Devon's a cheater with, pulling the shenanigans he does in the setup and all. What do you guys think? I want to hear from like Sam Mitchell. Like, what's your thoughts on that whole topic?
So if I was a ref, I would hate to ref Devon's match. That's what I'll say. But I don't know any of the beef that the two of them have. But I do know Devon cheats like any arm wrestler. I think he takes it a little too far. But that's just my opinion.
Chris Johnson, what's your thoughts, bro?
I mean, I don't think Devon's necessarily a cheater. I think he's just really good in the setup, but I do think he abuses it. I think he can say too much to the refs sometimes. Like, I do think he abuses it a bit more.
And Eric, what's your whole thoughts on this, man?
Well, I've only been arm wrestling for 2 years, so for me, is trying to get in a better position without, and if it's cheating, the ref should call it.
Yeah, but you know what the problem is though, man, is this is what I'm seeing is, Devon's got like a huge following and, people are kind of scared to say anything to Devon. I've watched it for myself. I've had Devon on the 98 podcast and, and everybody was trying to say what their views are. And when Devon doesn't agree with you, yeah, I mean, Devon just, he wows out, he starts yelling over you, and there's not too many people that are going to stand up to him. They just, oh, it's Devon, he's the god of arm wrestling and all. And it gets under my skin too, man, because I see a lot of things where I don't like or he rubs me wrong with certain things. And I kind of was like challenging him with certain views and all. And he was telling us that, WAF was the only way and everybody else should just, bow down to WAF. And I was just like not hearing that. You know what I mean? So I kind of get it, man. It's like, when you have that big following and you're such a big name in the sport, there's not too many referees that are going to stand up to you, man, because, they're afraid what they're going to hear, the backlash after, bro. If you go and you foul out Devon on one of these big matches, could you imagine, bro? I mean, I think you'd have people threatening you, your family, every person like, so I think he knows this and he's taking kind of advantage of that in a way. And, on that I kind of agree with Engin and John on that one, man. Like, I think it's getting a little too carried away. I think he's using that power too much. And, example would be that last one where King of Table with Leonidas, like I kept seeing him take his hand off the peg, and he was just like, kind of clowning Leonidas. And I'm like, bro, this is not something we want to show non-arm wrestlers that we're trying to get into sport. They're just going to dismiss this as like being legitimate. So Chris, what's your, not Chris Johnson, South Florida, Chris, what's your whole thoughts on this, man? Is it getting a little too far with Devon and his shenanigans in the setup?
I say it's worked for him this long, why stop now? Michael Jordan, his heyday here, was able to get away with just about anything, and the refs looked the other way. It's the same thing,
Grondin, what's your thoughts on it, man?
What, the whole Devon thing?
Yeah, is it like, should he be able to get away with, the setup shit? Like, how do we combat that?
I mean, he always fucks around, but I think once his elbow's on the table, he should have to follow the rules like everyone else. Like, once he's holding the pin and his elbow's down, he shouldn't be allowed to let go of the pin and fucking touch shit or fuck with people, because nobody else would get away with that. So I think the refs let him get away with shit because of who he is, and I think it's a bad influence to his son because his son's starting to act the same way. And I'm like, dude, come on. I mean, it is entertaining to a point, but it gets old quick when he's just like slowing down the match and you just want to see the damn match, and he's like fucking around trying to get in their head or whatever. That worked in WAL, but I think in East versus West doesn't really work well there. So I don't know. I think he needs to calm down a bit and just fucking go there and smash people.
We got a comment. It says it definitely took Devon by surprise. He was correct and said, "Give me one example." And he said, "I'm the last match, so I will definitely watch every match before me to see if you change the rules on me." Okay. Steve, what's your whole thoughts on the whole, controversy with setups and all?
I think, man, it's really up to the refs, man. As long as you have a good ref, like Bart's good, and he doesn't take any bullshit. That's what I really like about his reffing. I think that's really important to make sure that nobody gets away with shit, and all the setup, and everything like that. And I know, and everybody sees that Devin gets away with a lot of shit, but it's all in the refs too, man. It's all really on the setup to see how the ref's going to take it. If he's going to let him be that, loose and lenient and do whatever he wants, then he's going to take advantage of it, and that's really not his fault. That's his advantage. Unless the ref says something, everybody's going to do that to make sure they get ahead, a little bit ahead, even a little bit of curl, a little bit more. That's what everybody wants. So,
well, I'm going to go a different step with this, man, because we're all looking at as we're all arm wrestlers here. We're all purist arm wrestlers, and this goes back to a couple of times in the last couple of weeks on the Buzz Show. We keep going back to the same thing. How do we get arm wrestling in the mainstream? And every single person puts out a valid point, and they say we need to do something with these setups. Sitting there jockeying for position, and a couple minutes before a match goes down is not going to work for non-arm wrestlers. They're going to shut that TV off. They're not going to be interested. They're not understanding what's going on, and they're just saying to themselves, why don't they just hold hands and go? So let's stop thinking as far as arm wrestlers, because we're trying to grow the sport, and to grow the sport, we're not just trying to entertain other arm wrestlers. We're trying to bring in new people into the sport. And Devin doing what he's doing, it's kind of like setting the culture, because now you got all these other guys that are trying to replicate what Devin does. And Ryan just brought up a good example with his son Auden doing it. And it's like when Devin does it, it's like, all right, it's Mr. Popularity, but it comes off really different when Auden's doing it. It's kind of like, it's not being received the same way. And, he's getting a lot of haters from it. But, that's just one example. I feel like it's setting the tone for others to do it. And I think we got to figure out, that's one of the main problems that we're dealing with these days, is trying to get out to the mainstream. And I think that's one of the things that needs to be stopped. Now, is it the referees or is it the promoters that got to stand up? Because I think it's the promoter that's got to tell the referees that this is not going to be allowed. We're going to set a timeline where it's like, you got 10 seconds to get a grip. If you don't, you're going to get fouled. What's your guys' thought on that, man? Do you think I'm correct saying that? Because, and I want you to be objective, looking from a non-arm wrestler's vision. So whoever wants to answer that, please.
I agree. I think the refs need to take control. I think he definitely uses, he pushes the limit to what he can get away with every time. And it's like, all right, once in a while wouldn't be that bad, but when you do it every time, it kind of gets old.
And I mean, it's just, when you're watching this, and so I ask my girlfriend and her friends, and other people that are non-arm wrestlers that hang out with me, I try bringing 2-3 people to knuckles up, and kind of get their thoughts of it, and this is from non-arm wrestlers that don't arm wrestle or anything, and every single person, their first thing is like, yo, you guys got to do something with that setup, bro. That shit is annoying. Like, it's like they got to make it go faster. And, I don't mean to keep hitting the same thing over and over, but, King of Table was the last big event that we had that, everybody kind of was talking about. One of the rounds between Camille and Artem Morzov, round 2 was 14 minutes before they actually said go. It was back and forth, fouls and this and that. And, that shit is just, I'm a purist arm wrestler. I love watching it, but I was fucking bored. Now you're trying to get new people into our sport, bro. They're going to look at that and be like, what the fuck is going on here, bro? That shit is boring as hell, and they don't arm wrestle. So they don't get why you don't just hold hands and go. You know what I mean? And it's like, if we really want to grow this sport and get like to like an MMA level, something has to be changed. And I think that's one of the big problems, is the setup, man. I think that's one of the things that's stopping us from going to the mainstream. And then you see fucking sports like this fucking slap fighting. I mean, they're getting 30 million views, fucking just giving each other brain damage. You know what I mean? And it's like, it's just, people want to see action right away. They don't want to see fucking going back and forth and, like fighting for half an inch or a centimeter in the setup. And, and then they come away, and before, like when they go to a strap, and next thing they're going to their corners and they're getting rubbed down again. And you're like, before you even get the match going, you just wasted 10 minutes of your fucking life that you're like, bro, why did I even, it's just getting really boring and all that. So I think that's one of the things that we really got to figure out, as far as if we want to really go to the mainstream level, and I know a lot of arm wrestlers are going to have problems with that, because they feel like that's a big part of arm wrestling. But, we're trying to get to the masses of people here. Something has to be different. Richard
I feel
says,
like sometimes that's a part. Sorry.
Say that. No, Chris, talk to me. What's up?
I feel like sometimes that's a part of the show, the long setups, the drawn out setup, the drama, walking up to the table, walking back. I don't like the grip. I like it, Sometimes, yeah, that ain't good, but sometimes that's the show, You remember when we would pay for the pay-per-views for Mike Tyson, we would throw a party, fights over 2 seconds, party's over, everyone's all upset when it's over too fast, you know what I'm saying? So those flash pins are nice. But when it's over too fast, sometimes it's not so entertaining. but it could get dragged out at the same time, you know. So we do have to find a midway, middle ground.
I respect that, but the only
What
thing
about
is,
better
man,
commentating? Color, yeah.
yeah, who's crinkling something? Somebody's making some noise, crinkling.
Guilty.
God damn it, Eric.
Hey, midnight
Chris,
snacks.
What are you saying for commentary? Like, what would you want to see different?
For
Like
commentary?
color commentary, like kind of more interesting. Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
And maybe
I
have
think that
the
makes
cameras on the color commentators.
Kind of like WAL used to do, right? I kind of liked how they would the
Yeah,
commentary.
and I think Monster Michael Todd in his league for a little bit had a camera on the table and a camera on him, kind of commentating. It was kind of, you know, I was kind of interesting.
Different camera views when you change stuff up, stuff like that, when it's over the table, you know what I mean? So you can see exactly from the middle, and having somebody commentating and showing what's going on, that he's carving it a little bit too much, his hand's a little bit over on his stump, you know, so they can actually see the reasons why, what's going on, you know, that he just fouled out with his elbow, or he's starting a little bit. So it's just a little bit more into depth, I would say, too. So they can explain exactly what's going on while it's going on, you know what I mean? And show better camera, I would say, views, you know, so you can see exactly what's going
a
on.
little more narration.
Yeah, absolutely.
I liked what you just said with the Michael Todd, how they broke it down. So you actually, for the non-arm wrestler, they could understand what was going on. I do like that. That could be something to experiment with. But I have a homework assignment for you guys, you know, and I hope that, you know, some of you take me up on this. The next event that we do, you know, Steve, you got a big event coming up this weekend. Chris, the same thing. If you guys could just get 2-3 of your non-arm wrestling friends to watch, have them watch and have them take notes and say, listen, you know, even if you got to throw them like $20, bro, whatever, just be like, I'll smoke you on a blunt if you could go and do this for me. But I want to hear what their reviews are. You know, what would they change? What would they didn't understand? You know, and I think that's kind of what we got to do to be more objective, because, you know, we kind of get in this little bubble here. We're all in the same arm wrestling world, and we're just used to arm wrestling and how, you know, it's normally is. But I think for others that don't even know this is a sport, I think they're going to have a different view of everything. You know,
think watching it live, it means and it feels, and you see everything different. When I actually went to East vs. West 14 in Florida, and I watched it with my girl, it was completely different to what she thought it was before we walked in there. And then she looked at it completely different. When we watched the Brzezinski match, she saw the different, you know, changes, that he was going in for a hook and then going in for a press. And then she saw the different moves and changes, you know, that he needed to do in order to beat this gigantic Leonidas in front of him, that she was just like, oh, he's gonna tear his arm off. That's not the way the sport is, honey. You know what I mean? So she looked at it different. Same thing with my mom, right? We went over, we saw Arnold Classic qualifier at Ryan's. It was good. It was great. She was, you know, cheering on. She's a loudmouth like I am, so, you know, I love that shit. And then we went to Knuckles Up. I turned around while one of the matches were going on. I think it was one of the first matches actually went on. They went back and forth. There was a 3-2 match, and I look over at my mom, and she's crying. And I'm sitting there going, Ma, you okay? And she goes, yeah. She's like, I just didn't think he was going to win. I'm so happy that he won, because the guy came over and he was, you know, screaming that he was going to win, that he was nothing. And the other guy's a little bit old. And I was just like, that's the type of shit that I know that's the way things got to go. I mean, it's all about the match and the people that you actually get to know the person just a little bit. I mean, just to see what he's all about. And that's what changes that just a little bit. That's going to make you pour your heart out like she did to this guy. And I'm sitting there going, you don't even fucking know him. You know what I mean? But that's what she grasped. She grasped that small little older person that's putting everything on there, doing whatever he has to do to win. And she can see that. You know what I mean? She saw it live. So it was great to see, man. You know, brought tear to my eye to know that, you know what I mean, it's changing, and I could see it's changing right in front of me. You know what I mean? To have my mom do that, you know.
So that's a perfect example. How do we incorporate that through the television, through like these pay-per-views? Because, what I'm thinking, what's going on live is they're feeling the energy of the place. You're feeling everybody's yelling, everybody's like going with whoever they want. And, you feel a little more connected. I'm not so sure that you're feeling that when you're sitting behind the TV and you're not in non-arm wrestling, and you're not feeling the energy going on there in person. So I feel like that's something that we need to connect. And I kind of like what you guys are doing, man, because what you're doing is you're giving the background of everybody on the way there. So Thursday at 2 a.m., we're taking a trip with you. And we're getting to know who you're bringing, all these City Slicker guys. We're going to know what time they go to pull, on Saturday. We're going to know something about them. And we're already going to identify who we like, who we don't. And I think that's going to add to it because it's like you feel like you have a connection with some of these guys. So now you're really you're invested in the match. You're like, yo, I care who's going to win.
Yep.
And then another good thing that I would do when I go to these knuckle up matches or whatever, I'd always find somebody that's sitting next to me and I'd be like, yo, want to bet on this next match? Want to put $100 on? Just that $100 bet, bro. That makes it now. I'm fucking that first guy, Toshaki from Japan. I remember I was there with Chris Voodoo, and we didn't know either one of the guys. One of them was from South Korea, and one of them was from Japan. He's like, "Which one do you want to pick?" And I'm just like, "I'll go with the Japanese guy." Well, from that day, I bet that $100 on him. I remember I put money on him, and it's like now I'm a fan of this dude. Now I'm like all into his matches, and I actually was supposed to have him on interview. I think I'm going to have him on in the next week or whatever. But just something like a small little wager made me more vested in it. So maybe we could get back to like that State Kings, or maybe some like little sports betting going on in the arm wrestling world, because I think that really makes a connection with people as well. What's your guys' thoughts on that?
That's also what we did with all the bets. Every single match is a $500 bet. So beyond that, some guys were talking back and forth actually with Zach that was just on here before. They were like, "Well, I got $100 on Zach." I was just like, I got $200 on Garrett, and they're like, "Garrett?" I was just like, "Yeah, Garrett's gonna win." So I got $200. He goes, "Well, I'll match your 200." I said, "You know what? I'll match your 200." I was like, and I'll make sure he beats him left-handed too. And he goes, "What?" He didn't even know. He really thought that I was going to stop betting or something like that. Like I wasn't going to back up my guy. It was all on Facebook. You saw that, Sam, right? That I was going back and forth with this guy.
Wow.
I'm sorry. I'm fiddling with my Bluetooth. I'm having trouble hearing. Were you asking me something?
Yeah. I was like, do you remember that conversation that we were having with this guy betting on Garrett going back and forth with Zach? And then he was putting 100, and then I put like 200. Then I put I was like, I'll even match another 100 for his left hand after he beats him with his right.
Yeah.
So we're betting, trying to, make this a little bit more, personal, because these guys know him and I know Garrett, So it's just makes it a little bit better. It makes everything, makes the guys really want to win. Even more because they're going to win that money, in general. So,
So everybody hit me up. I'm going to start Italia Sports Book. We could do some sports betting. Nah, fucking kidding. I'm going to get arrested fucking doing shit like that. But, I think that something simple like that is good. And I think I seen at the Montana events before they teamed up with you guys, didn't they do something where you could bet on the match, or you could sponsor somebody or something before the match? They would get on the loudspeaker and who's putting money behind this guy or something. Was there something like that with the Montana event?
I'm not sure before. I know they were doing they do super matches almost every Saturday, and they did Arms Mageddon too or something like that, which was them, but I'm not sure if they did any money bets before
they
that.
did something like that where you could back the opponent or something like that. I definitely clearly remember that. That was when I first started when I found Playboy Roy. I think that was one of the first times I ever seen him, and it was that, and I'm like, yo, this is really smart what they're doing. I gotta, don't quote me on it, but there was something going on before that got everybody there in person more connected to the match, and I think that's definitely key. But with that, I want to say what's up to Nadia. We just had Nadia come in the room. How you doing, Nadia?
Yeah, great, thank you.
Hey, now it's a gorgeous house you're living in, huh?
I wanna talk about the setups. Yeah, I tell you like this. I try to speak of my husband and my son. They're not athletes. They're not gather any kind of sports. Okay, they like viewers. They don't even like like football or something, you know, like, and I try to talk with them. What do you like? What you don't like? Yeah, and we try to solve the problems. And they say, listen, we like, my husband say, no, our messing is good, everything is okay, and everything, but it's really like sometimes like boring, yeah, the setup, how you say, Paul, yeah, because what is going on, in my opinion, the referees must just they must
It
put a
is.
laser from the top, yeah, and which will be pointed where is the tips, yeah, we gotta just knuckle, because sometimes the referees staying on this side little bit, this side, and that is a change center position. Okay, the laser will point it exactly on that, and the people like fighters, they will see where is the center, and they will adjust it by themselves. It will be easier. And the shoulders, the same. The shoulders must be not the parallel of the table. If the athlete feels comfortable, it must be parallel of each athlete, not perpendicular. Like sometimes athletes stand like this in this position. Yeah, the shoulders must be a parallel of the each. No, both of them. It means not of the table, because it's take a really long time to set up of that. Some moves with some that way it will be easier. The referee doesn't need to like set up the shoulders, something, you know, like this. And
So, Nadia,
they
what's
just
the
will keep
key?
a control.
Is the key to give fouls, warnings?
No,
Like,
no,
how do
no.
they do?
I how I say, if the athlete feels comfortable, but shoulders must be parallel of athletes, you know, like if I'm
Yeah.
staying in this position a little bit, like in a hook, yeah, and the other athlete can stay the same position, you understand, like that way it will be really like and the people will not hurt themselves the same, they will protect their arm, it will be less like injuries or something, that way. No, it will be easier, because when the referees put us in this position like this, yeah, it's much more uncomfortable to us. We try to set up everything, legs and everything, like position everything. That way, in my opinion, the if the athletes is staying in this shoulders parallel to each other, that's it, it's good. Let them just keep like over the wrist, like open a wrist, that's it.
Straight wrist.
And yeah, straight wrist, and from the
The thumb.
pointer laser will be pointer, and the athletes will see where is the center, that's it.
Okay.
And give it the go. The same, I spoke with the Chris, and I say I prefer to adjust pads, yeah, elbow pads, one each ahead, one each behind, and on a side. What does that means? It will be a little bit wider from every side. It will be bigger, and it will be less like false when the people try to defense in the hook. Yeah, who the people pull on the top row. Yeah, from the last knuckles four. Yeah, knuckles up four. Yeah, we saw everybody saw how the
How many times he fouled?
yeah, but every
Yeah.
time falls, yeah, he
No,
tried to
I
pull
know.
back, and
Yeah.
every time will come down. Yeah, if
Yep.
that inch was been over there, it will be helpful. It will be less false, and we will see a fight. You know, like
So you're talking about the Plowman versus Mario
yeah,
Tambakis match?
yes, that's right, that's right. The same like Mario Tobacco ahead. The same. It will be like still will be on the pad. You understand? Like all techniques, all like how it works together. It will be much more the same when we are doing side pressure with the start. Sometimes elbow almost we win, but elbow come down from the elbow pads, yeah, and they give it to us a fall. The same way, it will be on a like it will be like area much more for the attack and everything, like defensive position much better, because or you take a this like small point, yeah, or bigger, of course on a bigger little bit much more comfortable and much more we will see a real fights, you know, that
Nadia,
way.
what do you think of Mac? You know, Ian Carnegie's
I
table.
was
You
gonna
know, he
say she's gonna
Yep.
like Mac on the Mac table.
I was about to bring that up. Yeah.
Yeah.
have you pulled on that? So that he got rid of like the elbow pads. He made it kind of like a bigger place to slide on it, and it's like an inch or two down, so that you're not going to be calling the little micro fouls and all. Have you seen
No,
that table?
no, I never saw. But I say that it must be not just in front or back. It must from both, from all four sides.
Nadia,
You know,
you got to check it. It's exactly what you're saying.
Yeah.
He's figured this out. He's been doing it like 30 years in the sport, and he wanted to try something different. So check it out. It's called the MAC table, MAC. And I know they come through to New York, and I think they might even come down to Jersey sometimes. But I encourage you to go and give us a review on that, because I would respect to hear what you got to say with that. And I like the whole laser point. I like that idea.
I like that idea. That's a clever idea, Nadia.
because the athletes will see the laser and they will be adjusted without the referees. The referees has a right, and that's it. Like, and they can just do it of wrist and give a command go. That's it. That
So,
way it will be faster way. It will fast way to set up.
Mr. Peanut says the speed up match, have down referees be in charge of getting players squared up before head referee starts setting hands. Second ref talks so players can't bitch and work ref. Okay, I see that. I would like to see the laser tried. Maybe we got a couple of, promotions on here. Steve, we got Ryan, we got Chris. Is that something that you guys would give a shot with the laser pointer as the middle?
I saw someone do that, like a laser pointer from above down to the center of the table, so that the refs could line them up dead center on the laser. I forget who was doing it though, but I have seen a video where they were using lasers.
Well, maybe something we could try at Winter Blast.
That sounds great. Yeah,
this sounds sick.
Except the ones that burn your skin.
Richard said, well, that'll be an Arm Wars kind of thing then. I mean, no, Arm Gods. The Arm Gods could do that. We got Richard. He says, I really like the laser idea on the thumb knuckle to keep each opponent in the center of the table, as well as the opponents parallel to each other and not parallel to the table. Yeah, that makes sense. You're really coming up with something good here, Nadia.
No. Look, listen, because I know myself, I train every time my hands from the losing position every time. And I feel when the referee set up me, I'm out of the center. I'm more than when I train it myself on a table. Okay. That way I want to be sometimes fair setups, and it will be really faster way. That way, if the people feels comfortable, okay, go, that's it. Because the wrestling, it's not just if we will it's a sensitive sport. It's a feelings, it's a listening, and it's a visual what we are see in front of us. That way, hearing, it's we just listen to referees when the command start go. That's it. That way, what is going on? It must be faster way together, because we got tired. We are so tired. That way, sometimes people they're pumped. They feel pumped. They're pumped. They're not fresh.
We need to keep the main events to, I think, 2 hours is the sweet spot. 3 hours max. I'm talking as far as the shows, like these super match shows. I think anything over that, you're losing everybody's attention, and it's just got to be made a quicker, more quality product. And I kind of like what AWE's doing, where they're not going to put out the live. They're going to go as soon as the event's over, literally, 2 hours after, they're going to have it edited up, a quick edit, and then put that out and get rid of all the, the setup time and all the bullshit in between. And I think that's going to be more geared to getting new eyes on the sport that aren't actual arm wrestlers, and I think that might be something that could be good. And Nadia, I want to hear your opinion on, we heard there's a little controversy going on between Engin, John Brzenk, and Devon, and Engin and John seem like they were saying that Devon cheats and he does too much bullshit in the setup and all. So what's your thoughts on that? Is Devon getting carried away with that, or is that part of the show? What do you think?
I watched the last King of the Table. In my opinion, it's not really I don't like when the people is overpowered. They try to torture a people. Okay, like they must to present the same. I tell you like this, the same I saw on Orlando when the David was been with the show. Yes, show. What is his in Orlando with whom? Uh, uh, like Gummy Bear or how? What is his name?
Leonidas or
One? No. In Orlando, David before in East and West 15. He got it. Orlando. The
Orlando,
same.
and when he pulled Chance Shaw.
Yeah, Chancho. The same. I saw he can do it so fast and to win that. Like he just did a show. Like this. The same with Leonidas. Leonidas is just beginner. It's just beginner. We must to take care of them to like improve himself and everything to be in our mess much more faster because he's a bodybuilder. His muscles not like you say, yeah, not so strong. Not the tenders does not prepare it enough yet. That way he can just micro injury do it or something which can stop his progress in the future. Like this. I understand show is okay, everybody, but not like over of the power, like that way. To me, the last match I didn't like really so much because to me it's too much like uh, Devon wanna to present, oh, I am the best. I can tell to referees and everything. Referees must to be a tough. That's it. If you did, give it not just a laugh after a couple of running fall or something. No, give a fall. That's it. Another fall, and after that he will change your mind how to be behavior on the table. Like this. That's it. No, because the last match I didn't like, and his son exactly present the same way.
Yeah,
They didn't take a match a person who will be really like match it with the power. They try to find easier way to like push it up his son on the top. Like to be success. That way. They don't wanna fight with the real guys who is much more stronger, who is much more, like powerful. They reject that. No, they choose the people, like that way.
cherry
To
picking.
me, to me, I like to achieve myself by hardest way, not easiest way. To find the cheapest or something, like find the easiest way to be a winner. Even I will lose, I will not cry. Okay. But I know my soil is fair. I'm fair with myself. That's why I wanna everybody thought about of this to be fair. Are you really? And exactly if you're a coach or something, you have a students here. And how you got the success? If you don't open all cards, how did you achieve the success? Of course, they will not get the progress because it's other like joker cards. It's on the table. That's why I wanna everybody was been like no to be fair with their students with their because my coach was been so like first thing what he say. He asked me, "Do you got the drugs or something?" I say, "No." He say, "Okay, but let me know." That's it. The everything process, technical process, and we will change for that.
Did you
That's
say
like
what do you have the drugs? Is that what you said? Like steroid? Is that what?
no, yeah,
Yeah.
but
Okay.
I wanna just, of course, I wanna apologize with Candy, like apology with Candy from my last post. But I tell you like this: when I found this video, I watched it, and my husband and son was been sitting with me, and my son say, "Mama, is this lady or who?" I say, "I don't know this lady. Who is this?" No, sorry, it's my kid, like. And he say,
Nadi, you got to catch us up because not everybody knows what you're
yeah.
talking about. So you
No.
made a
I
post
wanna just
about something.
apologize with that. Like that's it. No, with
So
that. And
let me
I
let me
wanna.
just let me just catch everybody up so that we know what we're talking about. So you made a post, and I think there was somebody that was questionable looking. If it was a female or male, and you posted it, reposted it, and said, this is not right. And I think Camille Jablonski was under there as well, and he had a problem with it. And it turns out it was a lady arm wrestler or whatever. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. It was the lady. Michelle wrote me it's a lady, but I say I never saw her. Okay, if it's a lady, I'm fine, But no. And she wrote to me, I got a cancer or something. I say, okay, I'm no, like okay. I'm fine, and I deleted that. I don't want
Okay.
any more like controversy. Okay, like with this, but it's still like I wanna. We are females, yeah. We are not a male class.
You know,
That's
Inati,
why
you know what I like about you? You're a very straight shooter. You know what I mean? You'll say whatever's on your mind, and you make that clear. You know, sometimes it doesn't always go good in the community, and some people get, you get some backlash over it. But you're an OG. You have no problem stating what you're thinking right there. So
I know that why I love it with the people. I wanna see the real people, what
yeah,
we are thinking. Not the fake people. That's
so
why sport
we
is a
got a
sport.
good question.
Sport cannot be without nutrition, without of this. But if we are coaches or something, we must really be fair with our students, with our future. Like
I agree
the
with that.
level. That why it's my opinion. We must like talk with them. How we got this or something. That why. Let's go do this. We close this project, and somebody. I have a lot of enemies. I am fine with this. That's why I don't care.
We got a great question here that I want to hear
Yes.
from everybody on the panel, and it's from Intricate Media. He says, "What do you actually want to see when you want arm wrestling? What makes a good viewing experience?" That's a really good question. So let's go around the room and kind of fill us in what you want to see and what would be interesting for you. So Eric, let's start off with you on that.
I think for me the most interesting matches are like the longer matches. Like I'm saying the battles. Once it start and it's not a flash spin when they're fighting for it. That makes it kind of more worthwhile, better to watch. And then makes the dude that wins. How do I say this? Like it's a harder earned victory, so it's more.
So you want to see like a war?
I want to see a war. I like seeing wars.
Okay, Grondin, what do you get out of arm wrestling? Like, what do you want to see? What makes it a good event and all?
Full erections and sweatpants. No. Well, here's the problem: is we have to figure out what non-arm wrestlers want to see, not what we want to see. You know what I mean?
Yes.
For it to blow up, like we see it differently than a non-arm wrestler. Like we know what's going on. We complain about the fouls because we know why they're getting fouled, and we're like, come on, we didn't see that elbow foul. Don't call it. But someone doesn't know what to look for watching it. There has to be something that makes it exciting for them to want to watch it. And I think a lot of it, like we haven't figured that out yet. We haven't gotten that down to a science. And I think that's what we got to figure out.
Well said, bro. And I think that we kind of get, like I said before, we're kind of in our own bubble and kind of our own enemies with this, bro, because, I think we have to totally change the formula around. And, just hearing from like our little conversation of in here, it makes sense to all of us, but to the rest of the public that don't even know it's a sport, they're not interested in the shit that we are. So,
like what Steve's doing with the reality side of it, that's probably more in the right direction, because you get to know the characters and then see the behind the scenes stuff leading up to the match. I think you need that storyline to like be vested in the match. Like
what do you think that Arm Wars did wrong though? Because Arm Wars went with that whole storyline and all that, but I feel like it never got, it never really got successful other than with arm wrestlers. Is there something that they were lacking with that?
Maybe just bad timing, like the internet wasn't as big back then, and now it is, and more people know about it. I don't know.
But they're still doing the Arm Wars, and I don't see the traction coming from it. So Steve, you're trying a new kind of deal here. What are you going to do different that, Arm Wars obviously didn't see the success with?
The other way that I've seen that it was successful with was when they did it with UFC and Real World. And that's what I'm trying to do, almost like in a mix between both. Real World, you guys remember Real World, which was huge. It was a hit. And then same thing with the UFC house when they put all the guys in the house one together.
Ultimate Fighter.
Yeah, Ultimate Fighter.
That was the best.
So that everybody remembers those. I watched them myself. I thought they were great. You know what I mean? I thought the leading up to the super match, the actual matches that were going to go on, was great because I know if he trained, I know if he had to cut weight back then, and that's why he probably maybe lost, or who knows? Maybe if he didn't have to cut that much weight, he would have won. Or did he even train enough? You know what I mean? Did he even do anything? Did he party the whole time? And was he bullshitting the whole time? And then when it was actually time to go up to the table, he lost. Was he working the whole time, doing tree work, and he's just exhausted. So he's just, he can't really do as much as everybody else. But if he didn't have to work as much, he could have won. I want to hear the backstories, the problems, the girlfriends, the work, the jobs that they do, the hobbies, everything that they do in general in their life, so people get to know, get to see him, get invested with that typical person that, hey,
the beef with the promoters beforehand, where one side didn't like what the other one said and all, like that shit sells, bro.
Yeah, you know what I mean? So people like that get invested and they see things like that and they want to ask questions like you, or like this guy that was asking questions. Hey, what happened there? So beyond that, now people kind of already kind of sparked an issue, or you know what I mean? So that's kind of what you want to, I don't want to say that's kind of what you want to see, but in general, that's what makes the interesting thing about something that's normal. You know what I mean? So that's what everybody wants to kind of really see. What was the problem? If there was a problem, I wanted to see what the problem was.
Because we as arm wrestlers see the beefs online, but the general public doesn't.
Yeah.
So they don't know that so-and-so fucking don't like each other, but we do.
A good example I got for my own self is when I went against Nanya, bro. I literally had every single person on my friends list that are not arm wrestlers, that people I haven't spoken in like 10 years, all the people I went to school with, they all hitting me up and they're like, bro, who the fuck is this guy? Is this shit real? Like, they were all vested in it, and all these people were watching that aren't into arm wrestling because they seen the beef going on between us, all the shit talking, and it was real, bro. It was like people feel that, and it's not faked, and they really like that. Nadia, I'm really interested to hear from you. Like, what is
you don't even imagine what is my brain. I wanna. I would like to take 20 people of guys and 20 people of girls, the best in the world or somewhere, and give it like a Big Brother arm wrestling. Put them in the same house, the same spot, with the same nutrition, the same food, and everything. Give it them something like exercises from a different kind of sports, and after that they will arm wrestle. For 1 year, no, not for 1 year.
Who hooked up with who?
And we will see the real, who is the real person, so strong, so powerful, he got everything, and that situation we will see who is who. That's
Nadia, we got something going like that. So Steve's got something going on this weekend, but the house with Greg Sharp, he's casting for it now. It's going to be casted in, I think, March and April of 2025. You could hit him up now. He'll actually be on my show on Arm Wrestling Buzz this week coming up. And he's actually doing that, where it's going to be 3 weeks of people staying in a house together, and they're going to do exactly what you said. They're going to do all different kinds of things together, and they're just going to film everything. So it's kind of like what you're saying on, you're saying probably for a longer period, but 3 weeks, I think you're going to really start seeing, people stop being nice and, the real themselves coming out. Yeah. And, the other thing with arm wrestlers, bro, is, a lot of us are fucking crazy. They're like, there's a lot of egos. I mean, it's not a team sport. A lot of people don't play good with others. So I think being around somebody for 3 weeks, you're going to start seeing real beefs and real shit come out, man.
Can you imagine, if I was in a house with my opponent, I would swap out their protein shake with just regular chocolate milk or something?
Oh, my God.
Mass gainer. You got to do it with mass gainer.
Yeah, like something that would fuck up their whole routine.
But imagine 3 weeks, it's not enough, it will be like a work, it will be a job, because all of us, we have a job, nobody sometimes give you for 3 weeks a day off or something. You can lose a job, and in USA, it's a different, that way. I want more, because to me 3 weeks, it doesn't show who you are, because 3 weeks, it's not really
But 3 weeks of being in a house and all you guys are there just for the same thing, and now you put in, today we're all going to the local gym to get a workout. Then we're going to do something that maybe is not so comfortable for people. I think you're going to start to see when everybody's just not trying to put an act on, and you're going to start seeing people that really don't like each other. You're going to see friendships made. You're going to see people getting tired of being around this asshole that's been running his mouth telling how great he is for the last week, and now this dude is just like, yo, anything this guy says, he's ready to fucking punch him in the face. You know what I mean? So I think you're gonna see shit like that, man. Because I know if you put me in a house with people, with like these really strong egos, half of them I'm gonna get along with, and half of them I'm gonna be ready to fight. So I think it could make some interesting television, and then now you're gonna be pulling these guys as well at the end of it. So there's gonna be like real beef, and now everybody's kind of associated with who they like, who they don't like, who they want to see get smashed on the table. And there's some strong personalities in arm wrestling. You know what I mean? I mean, we come across them all the time. There's some really loony bins in arm wrestling. You know what I mean? So, I mean, we're going to showcase all of that. And I think 3 weeks is the perfect amount of time because just like you said, Nadia, not everybody could just, stop their life for anything longer. 3 weeks, you might be able to pull off. You might be able to go and say, I'm going on vacay or whatever. And then the other thing you got to worry about is like, if you have like a reputable job, and now this is going to go on national TV, and now they're going to really get to see. I mean, people could probably lose their jobs over this as well, too.
Yeah, dude, one teabag and your whole fucking job is fucked.
That's it. Yeah.
Well, just think of Nadia being in the house with 19 other chicks in the same house with her. With the way that she is, she's a straight shooter. If some girl comes in and I could see her being like, with the makeup and being all like, one of those like, stuck up kind of girls, Nadia is not going to be playing nice with her. So I think that shit could get a little wild, and I think you should be a definite candidate to get in that house casting because you got that strong personality, and I see you putting out posts, and I've seen multiple times you put out these posts, and it rubbed a lot of ladies the wrong way. One of them that I keep trying to advocate a big match with is you versus Liz Mozek. Because I know you two went back and forth at each other quite a few times.
That's a good match right there.
Yeah, I think that might be one that, I would love to see you guys in a house together. I mean, that would be crazy to see. What's your thoughts on that?
I will piss off everybody. That way, I'm hard with character because I can be good, I can be so bad. That way.
What's your thoughts on steroid use in arm wrestling with ladies? Are you okay with it?
Look at this. I know every sport has steroids, yeah, any kinds of okay. That way, I'm okay with that, but it's not for the beginners. You understand? If you want, it's your turn, but not from the beginning. You understand?
So when's a good time for you to start it? Like how long in do you need to be pulling on the table before you should start going that route?
After 6 years, 6-7 years. And you can.
Damn, that means I can't even start yet. Damn, I wanted. Well, I'm one of the people you're against right here. No, I'm kidding.
I got 5 years left then.
After because in 5-6 years you will be really like in a different level if you will do it like every day. Because I do every day like wrist. I start my training wrist all the time, and I finish my training process with the wrist too. That way. It's how I'm working, okay? That way, a lot of take a time for the wrist, just the wrist take it to me, to train at the wrist. That way, it's just to be, you must be a patient with that, like. That way, it's so hard, I know everybody has ambitions and everybody wanna so fast. But in my opinion, better to like, focusing on techniques and everything and improve yourself. And after that, if you want, it's your it's your choice. It's not a coach choice. It's your body. It's your everything. That way, if you want to put a shit in your body, you can do it. No problem.
So are you ready to juice now? Or because I mean, you've been in for a long.
What kind of juice? I don't want that shit. Sorry.
So let me ask you this, Nadia. Does it like do you get mad when you see like newer female arm wrestlers coming
But
in and they're juicing up?
you know, my son say, "Mama, you know what? If I see this lady like this and you win, I'm so happy. I'm so excited." It means he likes to see this, and when the regular lady, she's looking like a lady, yeah, she won. Of course, she is like he is much more exciting, you know, like it means he see the right way, yeah, where who must to win. Of course, sometimes we cannot do it, sometimes, but everything is possible. Everything is possible. That way, I like to challenge. I like to. I tell you like this: 26 years give it to me. Just improve myself and to be patient. Of course, I lost. I lost, of course, but I try to. I tell you, I bought a protein and I just 2 times did that drink and it's staying on. And I forgot. I every time forgot to even to drink that stuff. Okay, I'm not. I just eat the food and that's it. That
Would
why
you say that, Nadia, that the PEDs, does it help them get better on a table, or is it kind of working against them?
PG? What is
Yeah,
it?
steroids.
Of course, it's give them so straight. There's you see they're so straight. Okay, they like on tension and everything. They're much more powerful, you know. But later it's come out, and of course it's lost. Yeah, we see the people who are on a PD. Yeah. How they see gain weight so fast and they lose the weight so fast, yeah. It means it's not a real muscles because the lady cannot get a real muscles like this. No, even bodybuilding, any kind of bodybuilding, even bikini, they use it. Okay, that's why we must understand. But femininity, I say maybe correct. No, femininity must be
Feminine?
present. Must be present in our ladies classes. Look at, I understand Sarah Beckham, yeah,
Like
sometimes
feminine,
some
like
people say Sarah Beckham, but everybody wants the guys ask him, he wants Sarah Beckham, yeah, she's looking like a ladies, yeah, even she
yeah,
got the muscles and everything, but she still got the like present, it looks
the
so
feminine
beautiful,
look. You're saying,
Yeah.
yeah. That's
okay.
why, in my opinion, we must be still got a looks like a lady. Not like some oh, I
Like a
know a
man.
lot of stories, trust me, from the powerlifting, because even the father feed the daughter from 9 years old in the powerlifting. He started to give it to her Pieta to achieve the championship, to be a world championship. It's in Ukraine. It's a story, real story. The father gave it to his daughter a drugs from 9 years old. She been, and she looks like a guy after like when she been
Uh,
15 years old, she looks like a guy. That way we must understand that. I want to just
Well,
to
you know what it is, Nadia, is I think a lot of the ladies that are doing it, they're not knowing what to do right, and they're kind of doing it the wrong way, because it's very different for a guy and a girl what they should be taking. So if a lady goes and starts taking testosterone, which I think some of them do, that's when you're going to start seeing them get the manly features. And I was in the bodybuilding world, and I used to have this like clique of girls that I trained that came they came pros, they came IFBB pros. So I kind of was like in girl talk, and they would say things to me in front of me that I did not want to hear, like shit that I'm like, oh my god, like I'm learning all this shit that I didn't want to know. But I think when they're taking certain things, you're literally you're putting in something in your body that shouldn't be there. Where some girls, are experimenting with, like, I heard like Anavar. If you just take Anavar, you're gonna still keep the feminine look. You're not gonna start, getting those manly features and all. So I think it's also, just your knowledge of what you should take and what you shouldn't take.
Yeah,
you
that's
know.
why go to with the doctors. Just consultate with the doctors, and he will provide you in the right way. You know.
No, the doctor doesn't know, because the first thing the doctor's going to say is right away, no, just don't
No,
do
you
it.
can't do that.
Yeah,
No.
because the only thing a doctor could tell them is testosterone is the only thing they could prescribe. They can't prescribe any of the other steroids. And if they go and they give you testosterone, that's when you're going to start getting the manly voice. Your jawline's going to kind of square off, and that's where you go wrong. Where if you took Anavar, or small, very very small dosage, where a man would take 50 milligrams a day, a woman would only take 5 milligrams max, and that 5 milligrams would do so much for that lady, and it would actually help you out as building your collagen levels, helping with your tendons recovery. So for the ladies, if you do go that route, go and do your research, really learn what you should be taking. Because I also, when I was around these bodybuilding ladies that I was training, they were in this kind of bubble like I'm talking about that we're in as far as arm wrestlers. Now there's 5 girls and me, and they're looking at each other, and they're not hearing what the other outside people hear. So they start just hearing the same talk, and they're like, oh, well, I'm taking this, and I'm seeing them really drastically change, their voice, the way they're looking. And I don't think they were realizing this is happening. You see yourself every day and all. So I think that also starts to happen when you're in that little bubble of other ladies that are doing the same stuff, and then you start competing with each other, and now you're who's up in the dosage, who's doing new compounds and all. So I would just suggest for the ladies, do your research. And it's the same thing with the guys with arm wrestling, just taking when they go to buy their steroids,
Exactly.
most of the time you're going to the bodybuilding guy that sells steroids. So he's giving you bodybuilding advice of what works in bodybuilding to put on size. I learned the hard way. When I went and did that and got tremendously strong with my muscles, my tendons just popped. And then when I researched and learned from an arm wrestling perspective, the shit that I was taking is what made me pop my bicep tendons. You know what I mean? So it's like it's completely 2 different worlds, and you want to do different stacks to make your joints and your tendons stronger. You know what I mean? Because a lot of the stuff they take for bodybuilding is actually going to work against you. And that's why a lot of guys go and get these big injuries, especially before a super match. They start really high doses of stuff that, they shouldn't be taking to begin with. And now they go and have a super match and they pop a tendon, they break an arm, so it's
No,
stuff like that.
how? Because some steroids should not supposed to be used in arm wrestling. You know that because
Oh,
some
100%.
they burn the tenders. Okay, they burn them. What does that
Yep.
mean? You use them, they give you a power, but the tenders will be thicker and thicker, and that way it's pump. Okay, that way in our country and Russia, Ukraine, we have doctors. Doesn't matter which kind of sport you attend. We have a hospital for the athletes. We every year give it
Nadi, can you hook me up with one of those doctors? No, I'm kidding. I need me a Russian Ukrainian doctor right now.
no, even the child they attend that hospital. Okay,
Yeah.
every time we got a cardiogram, we got any full body, yeah, and analysis and everything. They check our body, everything. Okay, and after that they give it to you some advice what to do, this or this or this or this. That's why, in my opinion, in USA you don't have this. That's why the people try to by themselves, but don't go to a doctor and try to talk with the doctors, because not everybody doctor in USA his
Well,
knowledge very
Nadi,
well. Yeah,
I got to
so
say
good.
this just so you
We
understand my
don't do that in
background.
West.
But I just want to throw this out there real quick, because we kind of understood that when I was in the bodybuilding world, and I was part of this underground gym in New York. And what we would do is we would throw a seminar every 3 months, and we would have a doctor panel come in, and they were actually all cool with the whole steroid game, and they felt it was smarter to educate everybody to do it the right way. And also what they would do is they would hand out their business cards, and everybody would go and get their blood tested. And then you would come back with your blood results, and you would go to the coach that was, the guy that would tell you what your cycle should be. And then he would go by that blood work exactly what you need and what dosages to take. And this was something that was just so amazing to me, and I couldn't believe it was going on. And I got part of this group. I was part of them for a couple of years, and it was stopping people from getting injuries and all that. And I'm like, yo, we need something like that in the arm wrestling world, or at least somebody that talk about this stuff. That's why I used to love Mike Aiello. Mike Aiello had no filter. This dude would come on and just tell you straight up what he's doing. He wouldn't hide anything. And I'm kind of one of those guys too. I mean, I it's no joke. I'm taking juice. I've always have. I come from a bodybuilding background, and over the years I've got my education, but it was all through bodybuilding. It took me the hard way of learning, and 2 surgeries later, like, holy shit, bodybuilding cycles don't work in the arm wrestling world. So a couple of guys, which I don't want to mention their names, but they're elite level. And, we kind of had our own little private group, and we would just compare things of what we realize and what works. And we would, so I kind of figured out what works in the arm wrestling world. And, over the last 2 years, I've kind of changed my body with it. I feel like my tendons and everything are a lot stronger. It's because of the cycles I'm taking. And it's actually a lot less than what I was taking in bodybuilding. It's a lot more healthy, the stuff that I'm taking now, than what it was in bodybuilding, where I was just taking, crazy amounts of cycle and all. So what I'm going to do next week, that's going to be the topic of this show next week. For the next Sunday, I want to get a bunch of people that are openly taking steroids and willing to talk about it. And I want to just get everybody on here and kind of like have that conversation and kind of, just help each other out with that, somebody that you could, throw some ideas about. And with that being said, we got Matt Hollywood Conley in the house, bro, coming from India.
Hey, Paul, leading up
to
when we were leading up to our match, I took estrogen so that our match would be closer.
I love it, bro.
I wonder what your cycle was.
I think I took too much.
So what's everybody else's story? Is there, first off, before I throw anybody under the bus, is there anybody that's down to say they're on steroids right in this group, or am I the only juice head in here?
No,
I'm using
Matt Connolly's open.
I'm using testosterone. Yeah,
Okay,
testosterone.
nice. TRT guy?
Yeah, it's just testosterone for me. That's all I use.
Hell yeah, hell yeah.
I just first time buy a BCA, first time. Olymp.
BCAs?
BCA. Yeah, the first time.
But Nadia, get rid of that. That's just that's a marketing thing. You need to stop that. Just go take regular protein. BCAs is just three amino acids that they're just marketing to you when you could just take regular protein and get everything in that, you know what I mean? So I wouldn't even mess with those BCAs. That's kind of a waste of your money. You know what I mean?
I want to just to see how it will work.
All right. I think you would get a lot more just out of taking a regular protein, you know what I mean? And have protein with water. As you're working out, have it in water so it doesn't, it goes right into your muscles like a lot quicker than after breaking down and all that.
I don't want to be so muscular. Sorry.
Matt only takes it for sexual performance.
Oh shit!
That's right. That's right. That's why Ryan knows that.
Does my mom coaching counting steroids? If so, then yeah.
Eric, do you mess with steroids at all?
No. I still live with my parents. Hell no.
Okay. Oh man, I was that dude. I used to hide everything, and I remember when I first did my first shot. I think I was probably like 15 or 16, and I did it in my ass, and I literally passed out. I woke up and I had the fucking syringe in my ass. I was so fucking nervous when I did it. I had no idea what I was doing and everything. And I remember I passed out and woke up with that shit in my ass. That was kind of crazy.
My mom freaked out.
You're not supposed to put it in the hole.
Could you imagine if my parents came in the room and I'm fucking on the floor passed out with a fucking syringe in my ass? Like, oh my god. Steve, do you mess with it? Chris, do you mess with it? Anything?
No.
Is there something anybody would ever?
I mess with girls that use it.
Okay, what's your experience with that? Did they peg you or something? I'm kidding, Chris.
No. I don't mind muscular girls. I just don't like them when they can outlift me. That's when I have a problem. That's when I got to dump them.
You know what's really cool with the girls?
I like a nice
But girls that take Anavar,
Yeah.
bro, they get so horny. Like their sex drive makes us look like nothing. Like
I
it's
love it. Yeah. What's
crazy.
wrong with that?
Oh, that's the best,
What's wrong
bro.
with
That's
that?
the best. Oh yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I
So,
love bodybuilder girls. Bring them on. The more the merrier.
so what I want everybody to do, if you guys can, anybody that you know that's openly juicing and willing to talk about it, let's invite them on for next Sunday. I'm actually gonna hit up Mike Aiello, and I'm gonna hit up a couple of other dudes that I talk with, and just see if they would be down to, this is a conversation I really would like to get into. And I think it's something that would help out a lot of people, because we all know, I mean, I'm going to guess like 85 to 90% of the arm wrestlers are doing it, even though they're not, they say they're not out in public. I think they are. And just knowing, what to do, and, some compounds that are safer for arm wrestlers. Because just like I said, man, I've had the experience, anybody that I'd get juice from, usually at your local gym, you go up to the big dude, and that guy's like, yo, on bro science. And he's just like, yo, if you want to get big muscles, you're going to do this. And then when you actually hear what they're telling you, you go and do that. And I remember when I first got into the sport, one of the guys I was training with, I'm like, yo, what do you take? And he's like, oh yeah, bro, I take Winstrol. And then he told me before that, a year before, he broke his arm. And I'm like, bro, that's why you broke your arm. I'm like, Winstrol literally makes your bones brittle. Like that is the one compound that every arm wrestler should stay away from is Winstrol, because it dries out your joints, it dries out your tendons, and it makes your bone brittle. And he couldn't believe, he thought he was like one of those that knows it all. And he's like, no way, bro. And well, he went home and Googled and did his research, and then came back to me and he admitted, he's like, bro, you're fucking right, dude. Like, I can't even believe that. And I can't tell you how many times like these elite guys I'll be talking with, I'll be friends with, and they'll go pop a tendon. And then I just go and, I tell them what I know. And, at first they're with their chest out, like, oh no, bro. And then like a couple of weeks later, they'll come up to me and be like, yo, what's the cycle I should be doing, bro? I think I did fuck up by doing it. And it's like, I mean, I think that happens a lot in our sport.
Even regular medication. Remember Tyler Noblet broke both his fucking arms?
Oh, yeah.
Station he was on, dude. Oh my God.
And what was it? He was taking like something for his liver or something. It was something that had nothing to do with anything, as performance enhancing. And, it made his bones real brittle. He actually did a testing on it, and he broke both his arms within a 2-week period. Like,
that's crazy.
Yeah, bro. So it's something that you really can, go the wrong way with. And like I said, everybody I talk to, like when they start doing their dosage, and then they have a super match coming up, and now a month out, all of a sudden they just throw all that dosage and they times it like 2 or 3 times. And you're listening and you're like, bro, no, like you're gonna hurt yourself, man. Like you can't do that. And that's one of the biggest things that I come across. And the one thing that I've learned now that I properly take, the stuff that I am, and I gotta say this right now. I'm running. The reason why I'm not on the table, a lot of people are like, oh, you need to be on the table. I've taken off for 6 months. And this is the truth. I haven't told this to the public right now. And I'm telling you guys right now, it's because of the stuff I'm taking. I'm taking a bodybuilding cycle right now, and it's not safe to be on the table, and you could actually hurt yourself. So that's why when I'm going to these events and people are like, oh, let's get on the after pull table. Believe me, bro, I want to be on that after pull table. When we were at Knuckles Up, seeing a couple hundred people pull, but I also been injured and I've hurt myself where I had to get surgery. And I'm like, dude, the shit I'm on, I could really hurt myself right now. That's why I made it clear to everybody that I'm coming back in January on the table. And, I keep hearing a lot of flack like, dude, you need to be on the table. And I'm like, now I'm being honest with the community. The reason why I will not touch the table, even though I am going at the Junk Expo next week, and I'm pulling a bunch of non-arm wrestlers, but that's why I'm pulling a bunch of non-arm wrestlers. So I'm not going to be, testing my frame or anything like that. But the stuff that I am on right now, it would be dangerous to get on a table, and I could get a potential injury. And that's why I won't. So, come January, I'm getting back on my arm wrestling cycle, which is a lot less. It's very, very little amount, but it's the right compounds that are actually helping the tendons recover. It's helping them get thicker. You know what I mean? And, for example, when you take too much testosterone, that you're actually stretching out the muscle to its max, and your tendons are always being pulled. And that's why, now you go in red line, that's why that tendon just pops out, so you got to be careful with these high dosages that people take and all, and that's what's going on.
You got to do a show just for guys that lie about doing steroids.
Yeah, right. That's why I always ask, like, who's willingly to say it, because a lot of these guys, I'm in bro talk with them, and I know they're on juice, and then I see them get on a podcast, and people ask them, and they're like, nope. And I'm just sitting there, and I'm like thinking in my head, I'm like, holy shit, bro! Like, I know your secret, dude, but it's all cool. Brian, you're one of them, man. Like, you be taking Trent. I'm fucking with you, bro.
I have a few wins.
Guys, I'm gonna head out. I got to open up my store tomorrow
South
morning,
Florida,
man.
I'm
But
messing with
thank
you.
you so much for having me
Thank
on.
you for
Paul. I
coming on,
appreciate it.
Steve.
Ryan, Nadia, everybody.
Say,
We'll
buddy.
be tuned in Thursday, 2 a.m. Will everybody get over to Steve Fernandez's channel? He's going to start the whole trip with the City Slickers going over there. They got their big event this Saturday, City Slickers versus Country Folk. We had a few of them on today. That was great to hear them talk and all. And looking forward to it, bro. You're doing great things for our sport, and we'll definitely be supporting you, watching you, man.
Yep.
Thanks, man. Thanks, guys. I appreciate you all, man. Thank you, man.
Have a great show, bro. Matt, I want to talk to you now, man. Like, have you got to talk with any of the people from India, like as far as steroids and all that?
Slightly. I don't think that's really come up too much. There's definitely going to be people that are taking it, and it's, as you said, I mean, most people won't admit to either what they're taking or that they are taking anything at all. It hasn't really been a big topic of conversation here. I don't know whether it's just not as prevalent, or there seems to be a lot of younger guys that are getting into the sport here. So we pulled at a club the other night, and it was the age group was from maybe 14-year-olds to 25-year-olds, and it was like, okay, this group is really quite young, and yeah, it doesn't seem to have popped up too much in terms of the stuff we have been talking about. It hasn't really headed in that direction too often.
So maybe when you could bring it up to a few people and just kind of, I would be really interested to see with the different cultures, because I remember going to Turkey, and I remember at the airport, I had somebody come up to me and ask if I needed testosterone. And I'm looking at them like, what? Next thing they pull out a whole thing of testosterone ampoules. And I'm like, yo, me being a guy, I'm like, you know what? Fuck it, dude. I want to buy 2 of these just to try this shit out in Turkey and all that. But, I couldn't believe it, bro. I was like, holy shit, this shit is everywhere out there. And supposedly you could go anywhere and get it. I know Mexico is kind of like the same thing. As soon as you get there, everybody's got steroids like everywhere and all.
Yeah, the pharmacies here, you can just walk in and ask for it and get it without prescription or anything like that. So I had to do that here because obviously I didn't want to take the stuff on the plane to come over with customs and all the rest of it. Some people will do that, but I didn't want to. Like, after my thing that happened last time when I came back through Adelaide, customs and had everything searched, I was like, I think I'll just get it when I'm there. And yeah, it's been pretty easy. You just literally walk in, and I have to write it down on the phone, like, because they can't understand what I'm saying. And I go, this, have you got this? And then they go, yeah, how much do you want?
Was it spicy?
It was really spicy.
So everybody that travels too, when you're going internationally, never take any juice with you. Like, I'm telling you, they go through insane checkpoints. They do like 4 or 5 checkpoints before you actually get on the plane. And the last one, they actually went through all my pockets and all my jeans and in my luggage. Like, they don't play around, bro. So it's not worth it. We're in the arm wrestling world. You kind of know everybody everywhere. You could just contact somebody locally, and that would be the smartest thing for you to do. Spacey says, is Paul saying my arginine supplements aren't making me big and juicy? So Spacey, arginine in arm wrestling world probably isn't the best thing for you to take, because arginine is gonna enhance your blood flow, which that's gonna equal pumping out a lot quicker. It's like taking a pre-workout before you go and work out and everything. So probably not the best idea right that. Serenity now says, if I say that again. What'd you say, Chris?
He'll look good though.
Yeah, there you go.
He'll look good though.
They'll look good losing.
Serenity says, if I broke both
all that
arms within a few months, I'd probably pick a new hobby. That guy's dedicated. Don't say that, Serenity, because I kind of was in the same boat, man. Like, the first year, I popped my bicep tendon. As soon as I got healed up, the second year, the same exact date, August 27th, I did it again. You know what I mean? So,
Same arm?
No, the other arm. I did both arms, right and left. Had to have surgery on both of them. And yeah, it definitely tested my staying in the sport, you know what I mean? And what really would push it and what really would drive me crazy is all these people were making like comments and saying, oh, you weren't built for this sport, you should just be a promoter. And that, just hearing that all the time, it just lit a fire under my ass. And I was just like, yo, I got to come back just to prove these people wrong, bro. Like, you know what I mean? It shit used to drive me crazy. So, you learn from your mistakes. My mistake was that I was taking the wrong cycles, and I was dehydrated and not getting enough water in me and pulling, and that was very dangerous. And then that kid Tyler, he learned, because medication that had nothing to do with anything else that he got from a doctor was making his bones brittle. So you learn what made that happen, and then you go and you adjust from there.
Mm-hmm. When you said about traveling with juice, don't do it with supplements either, just like regular supplements.
I don't know so much about that. I mean, because supplements you could just buy anywhere you go, bro. Like, you know what I mean? I'm talking like steroid juice. Like,
Yeah, but
you'll
then
get go to
you
jail.
bring
Batman. Gotta talk
a
about
tub
that.
of creatine,
Yeah, there you go.
and
Well,
you land in Mexico, and then you just
Where's
selected for a random checkpoint,
Force Matt to answer this question.
and they pull you to the side, and it's just like, "What's this?" It's creatine. Then you don't speak any Spanish, so that's a language barrier right there.
Yeah, there you go. They might think it's like something else over there. Creatine's actually really good for arm wrestling with endurance and all that. I found that works pretty good. He says, do you take creatine? And if yes, what brand? I haven't in years, and I remember Purple K being a good brand. I know it's not a PD as you're talking, but I'm curious about it. Yeah, I just was actually going to comment. Yeah, creatine is amazing for arm wrestling. It's great for endurance. I've always found, I could measure it up to my weight that I'm lifting, and as far as how many reps. And what I noticed, I wouldn't get any stronger, but I'd be able to do more reps. So if I normally would peak out at like 10 reps of a certain weight, I would now be able to do like 15 of them. And that was like the main gain I would do with creatine. And then the other thing I like about creatine is you're holding water in your muscles and your joints, and I feel like it's another barrier of protection, because what happens is when you dry out and you're taking these steroids that are drying out your body to get ripped look and all, and if you're real lean, you're really risking popping a tendon, so having that extra water weight. So here's a great example. This is something that everybody should know. When you're a bodybuilder and all, and you're taking steroids like testosterone, everybody tells you to take an anti-estrogen, like a Remedex or Novaldox. But when you come into arm wrestling, you actually want to hold some of that water. So, instead of taking, unless you got like, where you really break down the estrogen a lot, like if you smoke weed or whatever, you don't want to take an anti-estrogen. That extra water in you is going to protect your joints and your tendons from popping, so drying yourself out and getting really lean and ripped and then taking an anti-estrogen, you just set a great formula to pop a tendon. So that's something everybody needs to know, that because every bodybuilder is going to tell you, oh, bro, you're taking tests, you need to take an anti-estrogen. That's not always the case with arm wrestling, dude. You could really learn out the hard way on that. But yeah, we're gonna save more of these questions for the next show. I didn't want to go down the rabbit hole yet, but next Sunday, just so you guys all know, it's all gonna be about steroid use, and anybody that's openly talks about it, I'd love to have them on and invite them.
Tell them at least what brand you use.
Anything with supplements, bro, I always change the brand every single bottle I get. So there's no one brand. I just always, my whole theory is to always change things up to shock the body. If you do anything of the same, even when I'm on my cycle. So when I'm on testosterone, if I'm doing testosterone and Nanthate, the next bottle I'm going to do is either Sustanon or testosterone Cypionate. Okay. Test is test, as long as you have a test base. But I always want to change that around to shock the muscle and to shock your body so that you keep getting results. If you keep doing the same thing, you're kind of going to get, your body gets used to it and it doesn't break down everything as much, and you don't get as good results. And that's what I've learned over the years with taking anything. So any kind of supplement, I just look at them, bro, as they're all just like, it's exactly what it is. It's a supplement. It's going to make a minute change. It's going to do a little something. But, I kind of look at supplements as kind of like you're wasting money in a way, but there's a certain couple of them that you should have as an arm wrestler. Creatine's one of them. Fish oil is another one, and collagen is another one. And everybody should take a multivitamin every day. That's pretty much anything after that. Like, you know, Nadia was saying with the BCAs, that's
Man,
just a marketing. That's a marketing employee. That's the companies trying to get you to buy multiple stuff. You know, BCAs are all in your protein. You know what I mean? It's literally just taking 3 amino acids and put it in a bottle and say, oh, these are the ones that stick it. Well, when you take your protein, you're getting 30 something amino acids in that. You know what I mean? And those 3 are in there. You know, so it makes no sense just singling out. And, you know, I've talked to supplement companies and they'll tell me straight up that's how they market to make more money off of people.
I mean, I I have fish oil, a multivitamin, magnesium glycinate, D3, and zinc.
Yeah, those are all great. And any good multivitamin is going to have all those in there. And
Yeah.
what the multivitamins do is they give you the exact dosages that you need. So rather than breaking each single supplement down, and, you know, I used to be that dude where you'd open my supplement thing and I'd have 200 bottles and I'd be taking, you know, 300 pills a fucking day. And, you know, I got rid of all that and I just keep it to the basics and I see no change. I still have the same exact, nothing's changed. And I monitor everything. I write down all my workouts. Write down the weights. I write a diary of how I felt that day, you know, and I judge myself from a 1 to 10. So once you do this for 25 years, you start really getting to know your body and what's working and what's not. You know what I mean? So when I eliminated, you know, 200 supplements, I was still getting the exact same results, feeling the exact same. And that's when I realized, a lot of these supplements are just market employees bullshit. You know, the stuff that's going to really change you is the PEDs, man. That stuff, you know, you just got to know what you're doing, you know, and talk to people that are knowledgeable in that stuff for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. It's funny with the marketing side of things. I used to work in a gym and we had a supplement store there as well. And so obviously we needed to know about the products and stuff like that when people would ask. But yeah, you've got your BCAAs and then on top of that, you've also got your EAAs. So they're breaking it down even further with that to try to market. And the funny thing for me is like you get your normal base whey protein, and then they'll like sprinkle in something else and they'll call it like, oh, it's this new funny thing and it's got all this extra stuff, and they label it something else. And it's like, it's just whey protein. And you've put like a few grams of some other thing in there. And now it's this new product. It's like, it's just funny, the marketing side of supplement industry.
Do you believe in whey protein? Do you guys believe in protein shakes?
I don't use them personally. As you said, I mean, for me, like supplements is the idea of it, and it's in the title, is that you're supplementing a meal for this powder or whatever it is that you're using, whether it's a drink or whether it's just a tablet or something like that. And the idea behind it, in theory, is that if you're trying to hit a certain amount of protein grams per day, for example, you're trying to hit like 200 grams of protein, and you've eaten steak, chicken, fish, your tuna, and you're just like, man, I can't eat anymore. I haven't got time to cook or whatever. It's like, okay, well, you've got the ability to just put some water in this powder, and that gives you 30 more grams of protein. And that's the idea of it, is the convenience factor. And you're supplementing having to eat another steak or whatever for this powder. It's the idea behind it, or the value to it. But then, with the marketing side, they put like a Mr. Olympia dude on the bottle, and they say, you're going to look like this guy in 6 weeks time if you're using this product. It's like, really, you could almost say it's powdered food. So it's
just
the marketing side of supplements is, yeah, exactly. So there is so much misinformation out there, and people sort of buy into the hype a lot, expecting these results. And unfortunately, it's like, it's not realistic.
Yeah, it's $1 billion industry, and that's why it's $1 billion industry. They're selling that shit. And I've been that guy back in the day where, I was taking 4 protein shakes a day and being so crazy about it. But then I also stopped doing it, and I see no change. And, I'm one of those old school bodybuilder type dudes where you need to get your protein from food. So if you're searching for that food and you don't have time, go get 2 fucking tablespoons of peanut butter and go eat that. There's your protein right there. You know what I mean? So it's like I eliminated them. I don't even mess with them anymore. And then after having the kidney stones recently and going through that surgery, I'm so crazy and scared to have that happen again. And you know, I just keep hearing protein shakes are one of those things that would give you kidney stones. You know, so I eliminated that completely. You know, and you should be able to eat enough food every day, bro. You just, you know, every 3 hours, and you don't have to count calories or not. Everybody starts with their counting shit and gets a little crazy. Yo, your fist is a portion. Every meal, I have 3 portions: protein, carb, and a veggie. That's it. Every 3 hours. Don't got to count nothing. Don't got to do nothing. You will hit all your macros, what you need to get. You know, and you don't got to go out of your mind, and you could live like that. You don't got to go on these trending diets and be crazy. And I mean, you know, you could look at me and you could tell, bro, like I don't have any extra fat on me, and you know, I'm maximizing my strength and all that. And you don't got to go out of your mind, and you could live like that for life and be happy and never be hungry. And if you want to have a cheat meal, like last night, you know, I was like, fuck it, I want to have a cheat meal. We went and had McDonald's, you know, and that just supplements one of my meals, you know. And then right after I eat McDonald's, 20 minutes later, I'm pouring sweat as I'm sitting there watching TV. It's my body just burning through everything. You know what I mean? It's going to get rid of anything that it doesn't need, and it's going to use the rest for energy. And, you know, once your body's a furnace, as I call it, you could pretty much cheat whenever you want, and you could live like that and be happy for the rest of your life rather than starving yourself. And I see people doing fasting and all these crazy trending things, and I'm just like, you don't need to do it. You just learn how to eat for life, you know. Another thing is people asking about peptides. I believe in certain peptides. BPC 157 and TB 500 are 2 that I really truly believe as arm wrestlers everybody should know about them. These are the ones that are helping with healing. You know, when you come back from a tendon surgery, I did it. It sped up the time. If you have tendonitis in your arm from over pulling and, you know, being on the table too much, you know, hitting that every day, that BPC, that the dosages that you're supposed to take, it heals it up pretty quickly, you know, and it keeps you on the table, keeps you in the gym.
There's a third one. I forgot what it's called, but it's part of the Wolverine stack.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I just know those 2, and then the other one that I would live by. And if you have the money, and you know, this is one of them that you go to the doctor, and like I always said, like you get past 35 years old, anybody that's pretty much got money in life, they're gonna go and get a prescription of HGH and testosterone, TRT. And those are the 2 that, you know, that HGH that's the healer, man. That keeps you young, that heals you up. If you got an injury, you could just up the dosage, go put that with BPC 157 and TB 500. That'll heal up anything. You know what I mean? And that's something that you guys should definitely learn about for sure.
Yeah, we've also got MK 677 as well, which is it's not
a
a SARM, but it's probably very similar to
the growth hormone. Hormone.
That's a part of growth hormone. That's why, you know, that's like doing THC and saying, oh, I'm not going to do the THC part. I'm going to do the CBD part. It's like, why do it half-assed? That's my answer to that. It's like, yo, just go get the real deal, the HGH, and then you don't got to worry about the MK677. You got the whole package.
It's the cost though. I mean, HGH is pretty pricey. So, you know, MK677 is like $150 for a bottle, which will last you a month, six weeks. But HGH is super expensive.
Yeah, you're looking $300 to $500 a kit, you know, is what I'm hearing mostly in the States, and what people are getting for good quality HGH. And then there's a test that you could do to make sure your stuff's real. It's I think you take like a pregnancy test or something, and you drop the HGH. And I think because a lot of people, what they'll do is that they'll sell HGH, but it's really HCG that they're putting in it because it's so much cheaper. And then I think that pregnancy test will tell you if it's HCG. I got to look, but there's a hack to that, and I'll bring that up on Sunday. I'll go do my research again and keep you guys up to date with that.
Podcast.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good one. I'm glad we're having this conversation and we're getting into things. And Nadia's sitting there like her head's probably spinning, like, what the fuck are these guys talking about? I have no idea.
No, I just got a call again, ashwagandha and
Oh, ashwagandha. Is that what you just said? That supplement? How is that?
Yeah.
That's good. Is that good stuff?
It's make me a little bit calm.
Okay.
Keep my energy like down.
That's funny because my girl just got a supplement with that, and I was wondering what that was all about and all that. That's good to
And
know.
it's working. I tell you.
Apparently, it helps with keeping your cortisol levels low.
Oh,
Yes.
that's good to keep my girl calm then. Hell yeah. She won't be beating me up then. Richard says, I took TB 500 and BPC 157 for 5 weeks in my wrist, and it's crazy how well it works. Yeah, Richard, I've had amazing experience myself. And a good example was both arms. I had that surgery with the tendon. And when I listened to the doctor the first time, and the doctor's like, "Oh, get off test before surgery. No TB, no BP7." They thought I was nuts, so I listened to them, and my arm just totally shrunk up and everything. The next one I did, I felt like a pro. I'm like, I'm gonna make my own formula here, and I did the test the whole time, and they told me that I shouldn't before the surgery. I did the TB, I did the BPC, and it really healed up in half the time. Like it was crazy at the results. And I did HGH, insane amount of HGH. That's the only time you really want to do that. I was doing a bottle a day. That's 10 cc's of HGH a day, where I would do 0.5 in the morning and then 0.5 at night. And you do that, I think it's like 2 weeks of that much. And then you cut it down to like half a bottle for the next month. And by doing that, it healed everything up so quick. And then I remember going to my surgeon, and I was like, "What do you think of all this?" And he's like, "Bro, I don't even know what you're talking about right now. I have to go and do my research." Well, the next appointment I came in, he goes, "Wow, you did your research, bro." He goes, "You really know your stuff." He goes, "I can't prescribe any of that stuff, but if you could get it, yeah, you're doing it right. You know what you're doing." So, he definitely said I was doing shit right with that and all. We
Yeah,
got a
that's the frustrating thing is that the stuff isn't studied and not given to doctors to have as their base knowledge. And so when you go and ask about this stuff, most of the time they have no idea what you're talking about, and you would be way more educated than they are on these things. And they're the ones that are in a position to be able to prescribe it or send you to a specialist that can prescribe it. They've never heard of this thing, and it's like I've had I've asked about something, and they're sitting on there on Google, like looking it up. Like I've never even heard of it. They're trying to read about it in the room as you're there, and you're like,
shouldn't you know?
usually
You're like,
guys
shouldn't you
freaking
know
out.
about this shit? And then
God
the other thing
forbid.
is the pharmacies don't even hold this shit. So even if they did prescribe it, there wouldn't be a pharmacy that even stocks that kind of stuff. That's the other problem. So you got to go. Most of the time, people go on the web and they order it from the web, and then you don't know what you're getting. You usually got to go overseas. Like I think Britain, you're allowed to order it from there or whatever. And, you can get those peptides and all that. But, you don't know the legitimacy of these websites either. So, my best advice to you is, go and look under reviews of, there's different forums out there, and you'll kind of get an idea from just reading everybody else's experiences and where they ordered it and all that kind of stuff. And you're actually not going to really know what did the healing if you're throwing everything at it. Like when I did all the BPC, the TB, and the HDH, it's like what actually healed me up. I just threw everything in the kitchen sink at it. All I know is it cut everything in half the time of recovery. So maybe it's the synergy of all of them. Maybe it was just one of them that was really doing it. I really don't know, but I'm one of those guys that I want to throw everything I can to be proactive and to get myself back to 100%. You know what I mean?
Have you looked at stem cells, Paul?
Oh yeah, so I did the exosomes. I did 8 shots. When I was sponsored with Vitacell, I got them for free. And with the exosomes, it's usually like $1,500, $2,500 a shot. When they were offering to give me 8 shots, I did 4 in each arm. I'm like, fuck yeah, dude! Like I'm 100% gonna do that. I didn't have no injury, no nothing. I just had the surgery there, so I was like, I want to make them bulletproof. But the one thing I did have the first time I went was I had tendonitis on the top right of my forearm. And when I went and got the shot 1 week later, which I know for me to go through the recovery, it's usually like a month and a half of every day doing something to heal that. Bro, it was gone in 1 week. It annihilates inflammation like instantly, bro. That is like the usually stem cells, it takes like 6 months to start seeing any kind of like helping you out. But if you have inflammation in the area, it completely annihilated right away, which I couldn't get over. And I was just like, yo, this shit is legit. And exosomes, the thing I like about exosomes, it's like HGH. You just pinch your skin. It's a tiny little insulin needle, and you just prick it right in the skin, and you're good. With the stem cells, I don't know if you've seen what it goes on. It's like I call them the turkey basters. They get these big long syringes, and that goes all the way down, like into like by your bone, and that's what you're injecting in. So it really don't hurt, man. People that don't take juice, they don't get it. And that was always like when I call it popping your cherry, everybody gets all worked up. I passed out. Like I told you, when I was 15, 16, taking this big turkey baster and put it in my ass, I literally worked myself up so much that I passed out. Most people do that, but it's really not the pain. You don't feel nothing. And
I know, but I just can't go. I had a very bad experience growing up as a kid, and I hate needles.
Yeah, but bro, you get here's a little hack for everybody that you guys might not have heard, bro, and nobody really tells you this. When you want to do a steroid shot, everybody goes into the ass the first time. That's not where you want to go, because if you get any kind of inflammation or anything, anytime you bend over or you're walking, you're going to feel that. It's not going to be comfortable that first week or two. So go right in your lats. Right back here, people don't understand. There's no nerves or anything that you could really hit back there. And it's a big muscle, so there's a lot of room for it to absorb. So when you go and you hit in there, you won't feel nothing. Like you literally feel nothing. Like when I'll do somebody for the first time and I'll show them how to do it, and I'll put it in there, they're like, "Wait, did you do it already?" And I'm like, "Yeah, bro, you're already shot." And they're like in shock because they were expecting to feel this pain and like, holy shit, they were all nervous. And it was like, I already did it, bro. You're good, dude. You're on your way to go. And if it blows up at all, it's not going to affect you back there at all. You're not going to feel it. You know what I mean? So that's a little hack for everybody. Try that lat.
In mind.
If you can't reach back there, you have your girl do it. A lot of people hiding it from their girl
No,
or
I
their
can.
wife or whatever. You just have them do it for you. Like my girl at the beginning, when I first told her, I told her from day one that I don't hide nothing. And she's like, "Oh," I was like, "Can you shoot me?" And she's like, "I hate Serene. No way. Like I would never." Now my girl's like the doctor. Like, like if I have one of my boys that like, comes over or whatever, I'm like, "Yo, can you just hit us real quick?" And she'll just boom right in. She's like a pro at it now. You know what I mean? And that's, it's real easy, guys.
Still scared of needles.
I'm telling you, man. Whenever when you get to that age, bro, when you're way too young to even be talking this right now. And
yeah.
I just want everybody to notice, I'm not condoning anybody to take anything before age 35. 35 is when your body stops making this testosterone level. That's when your shit starts dipping, and that's when you're gonna have health complications from having low testosterone. So anybody younger than that, bro, get everything that you can naturally. Just keep to the supplements. Don't be trying any of this shit yet. 35 years old, I think anybody that's got some money in the bank and they can afford it, go get your prescription of HGH and get your testosterone.
See what you can do naturally first. Build up a nice base.
Yeah.
So, they'll stay with you.
Exactly. Don't be like me where I'm 15 years old shooting myself and passing out.
It is funny seeing young guys come in to the gym, and it's 23 years I've been training now, and you see the cycle of people come through, and somebody will join the gym, like a group of guys or whatever, and within 2 or 3 months they've decided to jump on the gear because they're not getting results as fast as they thought they would.
Oh yeah.
And then for 3 months they're this big watery blob filled with acne. They're lifting a lot heavier, sure, but then after the 3 months when they've got to come off of everything, they literally just disappear.
Right.
Yeah, they just disappear. You don't see them, and then you might see them again like 2 or 3 years later, and they're smaller than when they started. And it was like, well,
That's
that
why
was
I say
stupid.
start a natural base. Get a good base naturally first, because then if you start the gear afterwards, you'll still have what you built up naturally. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You'll have something.
Yeah.
If you just start, if you build up everything with just the juice, you're not going to have anything when you get off. You shrivel up.
You got to learn, like I'm saying, you got to learn to eat for a living. You got to learn to be in the gym no matter what. I've been that dude 25 years. I don't miss gym days. I've always hit the gym. On off cycle, I'm in the gym. It's one of those, I get a high from that that's like no other. You know what I mean? I don't need no drugs,
Best,
no
yeah.
nothing. Just that adrenaline and pushing myself. I get off on that. That's my thing. So, you know, you could take the juice away from me and I'm going to still be doing what I do in the gym every day. If you're one of those guys where only if you're on cycle, that's the only time you're going to make it to the gym, you're like an off and on kind of gym guy, then that's not made for you, bro. You don't want to be doing that unless your test levels get lower. This guy said a good question. He goes, how young is the youngest in today? I tell every young person I know to get testosterone tested when you're 25 to know your levels. Yeah, that's something everybody should be doing every year. You should be going getting your blood work and seeing where your levels are at, just for overall health, you know. And that's something, if you're taking steroids and you're not getting blood tested, you're rolling the dice with yourself, you know.
I get tested when like I'm gonna get tested at the end of November because I just hopped on started taking a bunch of supplements and I haven't been doing that in like 4 months.
What supplements are you taking?
The magnesium multivitamin, fish oil, D3,
okay,
zinc, a lot of D3.
And now, did you see a difference in your blood levels, or did anything change from when you're on that and when you're off that?
I haven't done the test yet. I'm gonna do it at the end of November because I just started this month, so I just want to run, you know, have some of it in me. But for now, if I did a double dose of magnesium glycinate, and I wake up like really, really relaxed in the morning. So I scaled back a dose.
Okay, yeah, that's something good, man. Especially you being a big guy too. You want to know your levels, and you know if there's something off or anything. And then it's like, you know, you want to get your blood tested, but you also want to have somebody look at it that sees your charts and knows, you know, everything like as far as out, because you know the doctors always aren't looking like, you know, as coming from like a supplement, you know, background, or you know, somebody that's knowledgeable in that. Like I used to have my old bodybuilding coach where this guy, like, you know, he's like the doctor of the Olympia stage, you know, he's juicing everybody, and you know, this guy just knew everything weight level. So he would look at your shit and be like, all right, well, you need to up this, you need to start eating this, you need to start eating that. And you're like, holy shit, bro, there's like a whole science behind everything of, you know, how to naturally change your levels rather than just going to a doctor and being like, oh, I need some medications to lower this level. That's the worst. Now you're hooked on that shit for the rest of your life. You know what I mean?
I did get my blood work done in February, and I dropped like 500 units.
Oh wow, okay.
So yeah, I wasn't sleeping at all.
Okay.
So get your sleep in.
Yeah, that's a major thing. That's where you do all your growing. That's where you do your recovery. And, you know, I actually, so I was telling you guys, I'm taking a new cycle. I'm taking a bodybuilding cycle. And for the last week, my sleep patterns, I've been non-existent. Like, I mean, I'm lucky to get like 2 hour, 3 hours sleep. Like I'm constantly up and just, yeah, it's definitely been messing with me. It's kind of threw off my whole schedule and everything. And, you know, so, you know, things that you take can mess with you as far as that, you know, so definitely want to get that.
You're sleeping about the same amount as I am, because whenever I'm texting you, you're up as well.
Exactly. Yeah, bro. The other night, I think you were hitting me up. It was like 3, 4 in the morning. And I'm like, this dude probably thinks I'm like a crackhead right now. But
which one's keeping you up?
What was that?
You guys sleep?
Which one's keeping you up?
I'm taking some shit that I haven't took in some years, and you know, it's known for keeping you up. And
we'll save it for next week.
Yeah. Well, because I don't. This is one of them. I'm being a hypocrite because I always talk everybody out of doing it. And I tell them not to do this shit. There's no reason for it, and I'm messing around with it. So you know, I'm probably my word. Yeah.
Even everything's going to affect people differently, and maybe somebody just takes a base testosterone and anthate, and that affects their sleep. You know, it depends on the person and the results that they get from it.
The best thing that you can eat is buckwheat.
Buckwheat? What the hell is buckwheat?
Not
I don't even know what that is.
What is it?
It's a barley.
Okay, I didn't even know about that. What does that do? What's some of the benefits?
It's like a stereotypical Slavic thing.
Okay,
like
gotcha.
Eat your grechka so you can get strong.
We got a comment. He says, I had a job that lowered my testosterone over my career, but I never had a start state So I'm sure I'm lower than what my personal normal should be. Okay. Do you
Gotta
take
test it.
TRT? Yeah, man. And then you could figure out if TRT, if you're a candidate for TRT and all that, that'd be something to look into for sure. And when you got low testosterone, some of the side effects that you'll experience. So you could see if you're feeling this. If you have no energy, if you're like you're scatterbrained, where you're kind of foggy what you're thinking and all. Also, if you're holding like a lot of water, or you're kind of like just bloated all the time, and what's happening is your estrogen levels are really high and your testosterone level is really low, and it's also going to make you very moody. That's what women go through when with their month, when they get their period. The estrogen levels or hormone levels are jumping all over. Well, if that equals in a guy, it's going to equal to somebody being very, very moody, up and down, where you want to keep your levels all stable. And another thing that people don't understand is, like, when you do supplement with testosterone, it's actually smarter to break it into microdosing and kind of like, instead of taking 1 or 2 shots a week, if you could actually take the same amount, but just do 1 shot every day, you can come like a pincushion though, keeping that levels completely stable is always the best thing. You know what I mean? So, you don't have to do every day, but, the more shots you break that into, doing the same amount of dosage, you're not upping anything, it's going to be a lot more beneficial for you. And, even if you could keep it the same time every day, this is when I do my shot, that makes a difference. It definitely does. The key is to
That's
make
what
it.
Nadia says.
Yeah, right.
It's
All right.
steroid o'clock.
I don't know.
Yeah,
To
there
me,
you go.
better build the bank account.
Better build bank account. Yep.
That's what my mom says.
Get that money.
That's it. I gotta say though, I mean, when you look crazy, everywhere you go, it's a conversation piece. It's like over the last like month and a half or so, like my body's like everything's starting to really look insane and dialed in. And every person I walk past has something to say, and it starts a conversation. So whatever I'm into at that time, I'm now promoting. And I tie it into that. It's like I just go to the store and I have like 10 people like, damn, bro, you're fucking jacked. Look at your arms. Oh, yo, you ever hear arm wrestling? Check out my YouTube. I'm over here. It's like all day long, I'm tying this into like, networking and all that. So, I always remembered when I was a fitness model, it was like I was a walking billboard. Whatever you want to, you're sponsored or want to sell, you get a lot of attention. You definitely do.
Yeah, you're looking
Yeah,
good, man.
it's
Looking solid, bro.
Oh, thank you, bro. Thank you, man. Yeah, everything's been coming in real nice, and I'm starting to look like the old days, and I got that bodybuilding look with the X looking and all that. It's been pretty cool. And what's really cool is because I haven't stopped with the arm wrestling training. So it's like, I am focused on getting the whole body in, but every day I'm hitting hands, I'm hitting wrist, and my hands and my wrist and my forearms are starting to look just different. I look down at my hands and I'm like, there's all veins popping out, there's all like these new bumps that were never there, like muscles in the hand, like Nadia's hands. They're looking like Nadia's hands. She flings around these 35-pound plates and all that. Dude, I felt those hands in knuckles up, and I couldn't believe what I felt.
Come to high five. Come to high five. I will show to you some more.
I really want to see that. I definitely, because your hands are an inspiration. Anybody that gets to feel Nadia's hands, you'll see what I'm talking about. It is next level, man. I'm not playing with this, bro. Like, her hands are like vice grips. Wow. Like it was, really impressive. Did you see the video? She's taking those 35-pound bumper plates, those really fat ones, and she flicks them around. Like, I've seen people throw them up in the air and catch them, but she's like, ching, 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 and you're just like, yo, I would like snap my fingers off. Like, that's crazy.
Did you try? Did you try?
I started training for those. So
I've
been doing is I've been doing the 45 and the 55 plate holds, where I hold them for 1 minute. And I do like 5 sets of those at the end of my workout. And before I start throwing them up in the air and trying to kill myself, I'm getting my hands where I'm just used to grabbing that thickness of the plates. And I don't know if like those 55, it's a good inch or inch and a half wider than those 35-pound ones. Like my hands are fully like extended when I'm holding those. So it's really testing. It's building up everything on those.
Wow.
Have you tried those
Wow.
bigger plates, Nadia? Have you seen the road plates?
In Ukraine,
Yeah.
we did this exercises in Ukraine, and we have like homemade made it. The heaviest plate was been like 75 or 85 kilograms.
Oh my
And
God.
yeah,
This is
and the
killable.
old guy, 60 years old, was been over there in that gym, and he just hold it a couple of seconds, and we got on the wall some records, yeah, who did that records, and who came in the gym club. Oh, I wanna beat this record today. I try to, like something like this. It's so hard to like take it as 85 or 75 kilograms to keep it, and it was been so like without any, like additional.
Right.
It was so like a
Straight.
cliff, like a straight, like a
Yeah.
cliff, and so
Because
slippery.
it's hard with when they have like the writing on it. It messes with your fingers when you're trying to grab. I know exactly
Yes.
what you're talking about. You got to grab it at a certain point of the plate to be able to be comfortable.
But
Yeah,
when you flip, I did 15 times like this, and 20 kilograms I did 2 times. But 20
wow.
kilograms is much more harder. But I wanna know, like doing the right now regularly. I wanna back to my record.
Well,
Because
Nadia, I'm gonna make a video in the next couple of days when I'm gonna try that 35-pound and start. I think I'm there. My hands are real strong now, but I'm gonna make a video my starting point to see where
but
I'm at with that.
but what I wanna say, 15 kilograms is good for the ladies, the maximum like 20. But guys must to start 20 kilograms,
Oh my
25.
God.
I did a 45 one flip. I'm like, I'm not pushing it, and I just put it down and walked away.
Well,
Hell no.
that's the key, man. Because I remember when Luke Kent, he's on my arm wrestling team, and that was the one thing. Like I'd beat this dude in every gym lift and all, and then all of a sudden he would go and he'd go right to the plates, and he would grab. I got the big Rogue bumpers, and he throws the 45, and he just starts flinging them up in the air and just catching them, and I'm just like, yo, what the fuck? Like everybody was just in shock, and even Israel, my super heavyweight, couldn't even mess with those and all. And that's the key, the arm wrestling, making those hands steel. But then to see Nadia, what she did, she made Luke like lift look like nothing. Like she's like flipping them like so fast. It was like I've never seen a female do that. I've never seen a dude do it that fast. Like yeah, and when I felt her hand, like I know, like I know what it takes. That hand is nuts, and when you were telling me in person, you were like, I'd like to go against Sarah Bachman. And when you first said that to me, I was kind of looking, I'm like, I think she's crazy. I don't think you're that smart doing it. And then you grabbed my hand after that, and then I was a believer. I'm like, yo, she's ready. Like this shit is nuts. Nadia's got some next level hands right there. And that's everything in arm wrestling. Hand and wrist, man. For real.
Yeah.
Nadia, have you dropped the plates on your foot or caught your fingers, like smacked your fingers or anything accidentally when you've been doing it?
I think she froze up on us.
She did. She's gone.
I want to know what her grip pressure is in one of those grip testing machines.
We got to get all that. We got to ask her that. Drew, I seen those pictures you sent me. He's got the buckwheat flour. Okay, and then he's got the collagen peptides hydrolyzed. Yeah, bro. Anything with collagen, or I'm not so crazy about any brand in particular, as long as it it is what it is. I definitely recommend it. And then just here's another little steroid hack for everybody. Your best friend, if you are going to look for getting stronger on the table and helping recovery and all for steroids, is Anavar. That's the thing that builds up collagen. That's something, and it's a really good steroid because it's kind of like a beginner level, and it's safe. It's one of the most safe steroids out there, and you actually don't even have to take much of it. I know, like the normal people for bodybuilding world is 25 milligrams to 50 milligrams a day, but as far as an arm wrestler, they say that if you just took 5 milligrams of that a day, you could take it year round then. and it's not going to be hard on your body, and it's actually helping just recovery and building up the collagen strength, which collagen is what's making up the tendons and making the joint stronger and all that. So that's something that anybody that's looking to get into the cycles and all, I really highly recommend doing your research. And don't ever listen to bro science. You could look at me and you could be like, oh, this dude knows nothing or whatever, but go learn for yourself. Go look everything up for yourself. I'm going to tell you, I know my stuff. I've been doing this shit 25 years as far as a bodybuilder. Now I've been in 4 years studying it as an arm wrestler, and I've always known more than most people. I've been around the top, and just so you know my background, you guys see what I did in the arm wrestling world. I always go to the best arm wrestlers from the beginning, and I learn from them. I did that for 25 years in the bodybuilding world. I've been coached by Charles Glass, which is the godfather of bodybuilding. I've been coached by Brian Dobson, which he's the guy that coached Ronnie Coleman, and he owns that big gym in Texas. My other home gym coach was Michael Camp, Dr. Camp, and he writes for Iron Man magazine monthly. He does the editorial and all that. So, I've been like where I was training with these guys over 5 years each, and, just picking their brain and learning from all the best, and I used to hang out with all the top bodybuilders, and, they all used to, I really know my stuff in bodybuilding and been around like the real best in the world. And I used to travel just to gyms, and that would be my vacay, is going to a gym and hanging out there for 2 weeks, and hanging out with Phil Heath, and Kai Green is my homie from Queens, New York. And so when you're around these dudes, you learn shit, you hear what they're taking, where they're getting it from, and what I mean. So you start getting your own knowledge. Oh, here she is, she's back. Everybody's got questions for you, Nadia.
My battery dead.
Oh, mine's
Not
about
just-
to die too. Actually, I forgot.
Well, quick, get the questions out for Nadia. What do we got? We had a question for her with pinch grip and stuff.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, Nadia, do you know how many pounds of pressure you have on one of the grip machines? You know how much?
I never really try to do that, but I never did that. I did in the school, like on a like doctor check our kids when we've been kids,
Right. Yeah.
it was been over 40 something like regular, but right now I don't know how many.
We imagine you have a good amount of strength since you can flip the plate so easily.
No, I do very easily that way, but I tell you like this, why I do, because I did volleyball, I did basketball, I did big tennis, ping pong, like I play soccer, I play on a very good level, everything,
Right.
so close to the high. That's why to me, I'm so good with arm wrestling. I'm so I understand the techniques and everything. That's why to me it's very easy.
Yeah,
it's in her blood, man. She comes from Ukraine. It's like it's in the water there or something. I mean, they're just warriors on the table. It's like they're meant to arm wrestle.
Yeah, I like how you do all the different sports and to help you train and to become more well-rounded, to help you with the arm wrestling and everything. That's nice.
Of course, I like to, even in my gym, right now, the high five, it's my team, it's my family. I try to fix their mistakes, to improve their techniques and everything, and they really so appreciate, and they listen. Sometimes I show them some exercises they never did that,
That's good.
It's like their surprise. I say we are doing that in Ukraine all the time. We did that. That's why it's how not just the fighting, not just because most of the clubs, they come and they fight with each other. Yeah, they kill each other.
Sure.
They are working on 100%. And
Right.
somebody asked how to improve a speed. Yeah, but the speed must be like the person who is give it to you a hand must put a 10% maximum, and you can just improve your speed. It's how improve your speed with the arm. You understand what I'm talking here?
Yes, of course.
You cannot improve the speed if the person will put it even 40% of his power. You cannot improve. That's why the same every time I hit in a belt, I try to
Right.
hit in the belt like try to keep like through the wall. I hit the move my arm. I beat like through the wall. Yeah,
Of
it's like
course. Yeah.
taekwondo or like Shaolin. They hit in the wall in the wall or something. Yeah, like this. That
Yeah.
way, it's how your brain can on the start position can afraid to break or something make your injury, but you must understand what the techniques you want to provide opposite of your opponent. That
Right.
why
Of course. Of
that to
course.
me
Yeah.
that way to me techniques is very important. You
Yeah.
can improve
Absolutely.
your straight and power, but the technique is very important in arm wrestling. I never
Absolutely.
injury right
We,
hand. I never injury right hand. Left is my little bit worst because I'm right-hander.
Right.
But
Yeah.
WL, I injury my little bit. I feel like discomfort on
Oh,
elbow. After
yeah.
that
Sorry.
tournament, I cannot even straight my arm full. Right now I can do, and what I did, I didn't just fight on the left. I just let two other ladies to be in a fight on the left. I just give
Right.
it a calm. In 3 years, it's like 4 years, it's recovered. That way, right now, I feel so confident on the left too.
hey
That
guys,
way,
we just got a quick question. I got to catch up with everybody. Is Clifton Erickson? He says, "What do you think my chance is of getting a win on John Therian?" And everybody's saying that they don't think he has a shot. But I just want you guys to know where Clifton. Clifton, I think, is a lot bigger than John Therian. He's also the guy that beat Jamie Sheldon. He came on my channel and he said he was going to beat him, and nobody thought he would, and he did. And I think Clifton, aren't you like 240, or unless you went down a lot in weight, you got a significant size difference. But what's your guys'
Yeah.
thoughts on that match? Who do you think's the favorite in that, John Therian or Clifton Erickson?
I haven't heard of that one yet.
I'm a John Therian fan. I didn't know he was that heavy, but I mean, I'm pulling for him.
Okay, what is everybody else's thoughts? Because Clifton, first off, why don't you just come on here, Clifton? Come pop on, man. We would like to hear from you, bro, so we get to see what you look like visually right now and all. But I was always under the impression that Clifton's like a guy around 240. I mean, the dude is jacked, and he's been pulling like 10 plus years, I believe. So definitely come on here, bro. I want to hear from you, man. And what's everybody's thoughts in the chat? And then, guys, if you haven't already, just click that thumbs up button. Let's get me into algorithm and all. Let's get that going. But wait, John will be 205 and I'll weigh 215 like I did. Oh, you were only 215, bro. This dude is a monster. Then he looks like he looked like he was like 240 that day. That's gonna be a good match, bro. I think a lot of people are sleeping on Clifton right now because I don't think they know you that much. The OGs know that you've been around for quite a long time and all. John is definitely he's been going around taking names, just destroying everybody. So that's
Yeah.
definitely not going to be an easy match for you. But at the same time, I think people are sleeping on Clifton, what level you're at. Clifton,
Yeah,
I just put the link in the chat.
he was going to be a Challenger Series, wasn't he? Therian.
Yeah, I'm sure he was. I mean, Deeran's the one that pulls everybody, bro. He's everywhere.
Yeah.
Richard says, I got to pull with John a couple different times, and he's crazy strong, and he got one hell of a sticky spot. Yeah, bro, John is top level, man. He definitely is. But I'm telling you, I don't think a lot of you guys don't know who Clifton is. Anybody know Clifton?
many
You
in the
guys
page
on
and
here?
nice.
Oh
I
yeah.
honestly got to say, I can't say I
No,
do, but I'm sure he's a pretty good guy.
Gronin, what's your thoughts on that match, bro? Do you know Clifton?
I know of them. Yeah. I think it'll be. I don't think it'll be a 3-0 flash pin or anything like that. I think it'll be a good, decent match. But I probably give the edge to Therian only because I know he's on a tear right now. So whatever he's doing or working on, he's got it tweaked perfectly. So I don't know. Should be good though. Definitely a fun match to watch.
We got a question. He says, I just realized Matt is on, but wasn't here when we talked about Lachlan versus Shark. Matt, is it true, and when? There was rumor going on in the chat that Lachlan is going to be pulling the Shark at one of the East versus West. Did you hear anything like this?
I haven't heard anything about it, but Lachlan has a contract with Core Sports, so it would have to either be King of the Table or East versus West. It won't be able to be anywhere else. So, but yeah, I haven't heard anything about it. But it would be interesting. I'd like to see it. I will see any arm wrestling match that's out there that has anybody that I sort of know or I have any level of interest in. I want to see anybody pull against anybody, really. So if he is going against Chukovic, yeah, fantastic. I know Ryan said that the Shark felt incredibly strong, stronger than he'd ever felt him in the previous times that he has got on the table with him. So yeah, maybe Lachlan is the man to take him down. But it would be a good match. I'd like to see it.
I believe it would happen because I know Engin is watching every person that pulls that knuckles up and trying to steal those guys away, and knowing the Shark just pulled there, and I could see him definitely setting that match just out of spite. All of a sudden now Engin's over in Korea and scouting all those guys over there who that was a big base for the knuckles up guys. I definitely noticed that. So I definitely would believe that would be going down. It does make sense.
He was just on vacation, so.
Yeah, right. But I heard some rumor. I don't know how true it is, but I heard that South Korea might be dropping out of IFA and going towards WAF or something. I don't know if that's confirmed, but that might have been part of the reason why he was there. That's what I'm hearing in the back channels. I don't know if anybody else heard anything like that.
I'm not sure. I haven't heard, but yeah, this region, India, it runs under the WAF system as well. So we do have WAF in Australia as well, but obviously with AWE, it's our own promotion. We set our own rules, and we're not behest to any other overseeing body at all. So yeah, we'll make our own pathway, and but there is a organisation in Australia as well, which does run under the WAF system.
And now the WAF is more just like the amateur, where you guys are more the pros and all that. So that is a difference also.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's right. So they have tournaments in each state, and then a national tournament. Whereas obviously we do our big events. We have money and try to make people into professional athletes. Well, it's our goal is to get arm wrestling to a point where people could make a living out of it. So.
And this, we were talking about it earlier. I shot you out a bunch of times. I don't know if you heard it, but this Sunday, big day for you guys over there. And I was telling North America they'll get the finished product early the morning, Sunday morning, October 27th. You guys are going to be editing up the AWE. So get over to AWE Underground. It's a free show on their YouTube. Check it out. They got an 8-man double elimination going down. Everybody's there to beat the man, Rickett Bornman, who he'll actually be on our show tomorrow night, 11 p.m. Eastern time. And, we're going to be asking him all the questions if he thinks anybody's going to have a chance to beat him. And then he's also got a big left-hand match. Oh, we got Clifton coming in here. He's got a big left-hand match going against Brett Coots. And that's going to be a good one. Brett's been in the sport 17 years, has wins on Ron Beth, Ryan Bowen. Dude was on our Arm Wrestling Buzz show recently. He is just a specimen. I mean, jacked like a bodybuilder. Really, really strong guy. So that's going to be a good one. And guys, this is Clifton Erickson right here. This is the guy that's going up against John Therian. So, let's see the double gun show first off before you say anything. Let's see what we're working.
No guns at all.
There you go, bro. There you go. So Clifton really made an impression on me, man, because he came on the show. I had him and Jamie Sheldon on, and everybody was counting him out. And he kept telling me, he's like, yo, I am so confident in this. I'm going to get the win and all that. And he really did what he said. He went and beat Jamie Sheldon, which that's definitely an elite puller and all that. So, I wouldn't underestimate him. What's your thoughts against John Therian, man? Are you the favorite? Are you the underdog? What's your thoughts?
Oh, I'm definitely the underdog. I mean, that's for sure. I've been pulling for 14 years. I was pretty mainstream when WAL hit the board, UAL was going on. Kind of fell off the wagon a little bit and had kids and family and stuff like that. Kind of just stayed low. I guess never stopped training, but definitely stepped back. I'd say John against him. honestly, I'm giving myself the same percentage I gave myself with Jamie Shelton, which was around 45%.
Okay. And what's going to be the key for you to get a win that day? Like, what are you going to have to do, to throw him off?
I feel like my biggest thing is what it's going to be is if I can immobilize his hand. I think if I can stop his hand to at least stay flat, I have a chance. I think that if we are both going inside, I personally think it's going to be a war for sure, and it might end up being an endurance game.
Where is this all taking place?
This will be the same place as me and Jamie, which will be Montana Armbender in February in Great Falls, Montana. That one that had the really good production. I mean, everybody was flipping out about it, how well it was.
So that's the M spot guys, right? That's the one they're throwing their City Slickers versus Country Folk this weekend. So you're going to be going there in February.
Yeah, and that one's held on by a little bit of different group, but Josh Wilson, he's the main guy who puts on the Armbender in February. But it'll be a card for people to watch. There's going to be definitely a lot of. I know he posted just a little bit ago, but there's going to be a lot of really good pollers on there. He just actually posted online. It's going to be Sandras and RBJ for the main event.
Wow, that's interesting. We better get RBJ back to fucking RBJ, man, because the last few performance I see, man, going against Sandras, that's crazy. That's like suicide right there.
Yeah, that'll definitely be interesting. It'll be if he pulls it off, it'll be huge for him for sure.
He's gonna have to change everything around, bro. He got to get rid of RBJ party mode, man, because Sandras is next level, bro. That's one of the top in the world, bro. That's next level there.
I think if he's training as hard as he has been and stuff like that, I think he potentially could pull something off. But I guess only time will tell, and we will see in February.
Well, what did you think, man? You think Sandras against that guy that he just lost? It was Nugo at the King of Table. You think Nugo would have anything for Sandras?
Yeah.
When you say it like that, bro, that's what I mean, dude. It's like,
right.
I know styles make matches, but I mean, I see Sandras in like a whole nother world over there. Like, it's another level right there. Nadia, I'm curious to hear your thoughts on that.
I think RGV, he was not got enough time for prepare, like this. I think
for RBJ, you're saying?
Because I remember him from WoW, and he won very easily everybody. He was been so strong, and it must be a fight. But what I saw on the King of the Table, like everything mentally and everything, he was not been like prepared enough, That's why I think it's the short time for preparation.
Yeah, but he was trained up for that because he was there a month before. He was at the Global
Elite. It's not enough for their wrestling.
But what I'm saying is he competed at Global Elite Arm Wrestling a month before, so he was training for that camp. Which that's at least 3-4 months. He had noticed
like this. One stuff to be compete in USA with the guys which and the other stuff it's European. That's why my straightness and everything it's a little bit different. That's why it's some factors are playing for that, because I think I remember him even his visual everything was been really like different, not like he was been like a normal guy to me, not like from the cosmos.
I remember
I know him. He can be a better. That's why I would like to see a better him, but probably mental preparation. It's playing a big when he got the stress and everything. It's playing like the result of come down. That's why.
I think I agree with her too with the whole being mentally prepared for a match and the duration of time. So like when I got offered with Jamie, I had I think it was like 5 months to train. So I instantly was putting my mind into just Jamie. With John, I knew I wanted to go against John literally 3 days after I beat Jamie. And I was like, okay, this is what I want to do. I'm just going to start training for him now. So, I mean, realistically, I have been doing extremely hard training since the beginning of March.
That's why probably he doesn't have a support, like a so big support like a coach, yeah. Because how I prepare myself, I watch a video. I'm analyze everything how my opponent fight and try to find where is the weakest part and try to put it my preparation on that part, like I did with the Daniel with Daniel. I just watch where is her weakest part and I hit exactly on that point. That's it. It's what he must do it, not just obviously, yeah. Generally, prepare yourself. He must to use a weakest part of your opponent. That way, what he didn't do that, and he got exactly a straight stress because the Georgian guy was being disrespect with him. Yes, try to something. Of course, it's play so big on a final result. That way, to me, it's a little bit. He won, but and he got a very good match, but I didn't see very great match over there. You know.
Okay, okay, guys. I gotta call it a night. Thanks for
All
having
right,
me.
brother. Have a great night. Thank you for joining, bro.
Nadia, I sent you pictures of the Mac table
Oh, thank
earlier
you.
on Facebook.
Yeah, made me. I will see and parameters. I would like to see the parameters.
It's
of
very
it,
interesting.
You know, like yeah.
Yeah, it's completely different than anything you've ever seen. It's definitely it's unique in its own way.
Yeah. All right. Have a good
Later,
night,
guys.
boys.
Bye. Good night.
We're gonna be on 9 more minutes, guys, and then we're gonna call now. We actually went an hour over than what I liked it, but we had such great discussion tonight. I wanted to keep it going. So I wanted to ask Nadia this, and so you seem like a big fan of the whole coach approach. Do you recommend for new pullers to get a coach?
Of course, definitely. But the coach must be like I got a coach who never got a success. He was been on the podium of national championship in Ukraine, but he never been on a world championship podium because he never even go over there to visit world championship. That's why my coach was not got a so big regalias, yeah. That why, but he was been so great, really so great. He wrote a book for the university for the students about arm wrestling, and I have that book with me, but it's in Ukrainian. He did classification of arm wrestling, what the techniques, kind of techniques we have at hook, top row, and everything like. That why, of course, I recommend it, but because it's really and I wanted in USA was been much more coaches with the great knowledge, every time I open it, because not every time I don't know everything too, I improve myself. I'm listening to everybody. That's why what I wanted other people listen. And exactly the who train the ladies, because the ladies it must be a different way to be a trainer. I see how the guys they torture them, and after that the ladies got the pain in the hands and they don't return it. That way it's.
What about you as a coach for the ladies? Is that something that you would look to do and become a coach?
I tell you like this. I do if somebody come to our club, yeah. How I come and I train at them. I'm staying and train at them they work I'm working with them. To me it's not the hard to work with them because I wanna they been much more safe on the table. That's
I want to come and train with you guys. Then I want to work with you on the table. Like I would definitely love to.
It's definitely different. I told you. It's different. When I been the last time in New York, Steve Menendez or what?
Steve Fernandez. Yep.
Fernandez. I didn't pull on that tournament, but I've been on the back table. I pull with the guys on the back table, and the old guy say, "Are you a coach?" I say, "No, I'm just a viewer."
Yeah.
He say, "No, you must be a coach," because And I never saw this old guy. He say because you train it and explain to people very well how to pull, how to do the right way, like this. And he liked that. I say, thank you so much, but I'm not.
Well,
Think about
I
that
want to.
one.
I definitely want to work with you. I want to definitely learn some things from you because you are very knowledgeable on the table. I know
It's
you've been
it's
around
it's
for.
really like, and the personal must be open for this, like this, and it's a lot of memory, a lot of everything. It's really like so hard work. It's so like sometimes people can say annoying work, but
Yeah.
it's really like the techniques. It's like you must work on the table. It's what the coach did with me.
Well, I got a good base. I've been trained by Engin, Travis, Bob Brown has been really working with me over the last 2 years. So, it was when I really went with Bob Brown is when it was like game changer. And I started really understanding how to arm wrestle and technique and, all that. So I got my base and I kind of understand, the basics, and where a lot of guys I see, they don't even know the basics. So it's hard to coach a lot of people that don't know the basic part, trying to teach them from the beginning it's kind of frustrating on your part, because they're not understanding, and you got to show them a couple hundred times before it sinks in. Where that was the one thing Bob said with me was like, I train a lot of the top elite guys, and he goes, it takes so long to train them, where you show me one or two times and already I'm doing it. I definitely understand arm wrestling, and I adapt to it real quick. So I definitely would love to get on the table with you and definitely pick your brain, and maybe next time I'm over at my East Coast place, maybe we could set something up.
Yeah, that's why after even like king knuckles up 5, we can do it, no problem. Like if you
100%.
will have a time, because it's really like so. And I wanna the like the technical level in USA was been on a little, because I feel everybody is so strong, like so strong. But why they went to the like to Turkey, yeah, and they lost all the time? Why?
Because
I
they're
don't.
they're doing it they're doing
I
it from the beginning there. It's like the level is so much higher because you guys are learning so much younger age. And then like I was there at East versus West, and the day before they had a youth tournament that had 1,000 people there, where if you had that and everybody was 16 and under. And there's nothing like that in the United States. We have maybe like 10 dudes that are in their teens that are good pullers, where there's thousands of them just in Turkey. So it's they're teaching them at a lot younger age, and it's more part of their culture. But it's also, when the government's paying, it's more appealing. If a government's going to pay you a salary for being one of the best, you're going to have a lot of people competing for that. There's nothing like that in North America. Where you're from in Ukraine, it's the same thing. There it's incentive. You're 15 years old. It's like, yo, if I come a good arm wrestler, I can make a living off of that. Coming a good arm wrestler in North America, you're going to be the man at the bar.
I tell you like this, it's not like clearly true, because of that pay. It's not enough to living.
But it's something. It's something to make
It's
people want
something
to.
additional. I agree with that. That way, to me, arm wrestling is a hobby. All the time I'm enjoying. Okay.
Yeah.
Sometimes I don't even take a pay. Like people asking me for super matches, I say, listen, I just wanted to improve, and that's it. No, like to me, the money is not like so like important, because I have a job with the pay, with the good pay and everything. Some people, they don't have it. That is the problem. They're
We got a
looking for
comment
the.
that says, not sure if it's just my group of friends, but anyone that I know that enjoys arm wrestling don't follow hockey or team sports. Laughing out loud. They only enjoy combat or singular style competitions. I've definitely noticed that, and I've noticed that it's a lot very common to like bodybuilding, MMA. It's kind of like a loner sport. It's that lone wolf kind of mentality, and that's why I was saying earlier, when we have these community things, or if we're putting these guys all in a house together, a lot of times they don't play good in a team setting or with others. That's why there's a lot of crazy dudes, and that's why I think it would be a really good reality show, just having a bunch of these dudes stay together in a house, because usually they don't play good with other people. And if you know any fighters, some of the fighters are the weirdest dudes there are, and that's why they fight. They don't like people. They don't like being around people. Matt, what's your thoughts on all that?
Yeah, I think that's fair. Instantly, Brock Lesnar came to mind. He constantly says that he doesn't like people. He doesn't get along well. That's why he lives out on a farm way out in the middle of Iowa or somewhere where he's, or Minnesota or something. But yeah, definitely seems to be the case that I guess if you're interested in one particular thing like MMA and it's one versus one, you're probably going to find your way to other sports that are very similar, where you've got arm wrestling or similar sort of things, maybe kickboxing. Whereas I'd say maybe the opposite is correct as well. Like if you're a diehard like team sports fan, a lot of people will wrap themselves in their identity of their team, and maybe they're a Yankees fan, and it's like, yeah, that's my team, and that's who I am. I'm a Yankees man, and they see themselves as that. And maybe that's all that they follow, and that's all that they are interested in following. But it's going to be different for each person. But I think generally, like if somebody has an interest in one particular sport, they'll usually have interest in similar styled things as well.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And one of the things
Hey, Paul, I'm gonna head out. I appreciate your time and everything, man.
Clifton, thank you for coming on, brother. Good luck against John Theory.
Good
And
luck.
I know when it gets a lot closer, just remind us. Maybe we'll get both of you guys to come on one of the shows or whatever and talk it up, get some hype on it.
For sure, we got to do it for sure.
Sounds good, brother. Have a great night, bro.
All right, guys.
Goodbye.
So, I came from a background of always playing team sports and kind of being like that team player and all. And I also been in the MMA world, bodybuilding, and also seeing that. And I seen a stark difference between the mentality. You know what I mean? It's like with the team player, it would always taught the team working together with others. You would achieve a lot more, and it would be more of a powerful position. Where I've seen a lot more egos in MMA, bodybuilding, and kind of just like I call them weirdos in a way, because they don't socialize too well with others. And in arm wrestling, I see major egos. You know what I mean? And it's like I always say to myself, I'm like, damn, you were that dude in the sandbox growing up that didn't play good with others and shared. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. I think with the sport, if you're going into something and it's just you when you're competing, like if you're stepping foot into that octagon and they close those doors behind you, it's all on you. I mean, you can have a great coach, you can have a great team that's helping you get ready, but when you're actually in the actual event, it's all on you. And so you've got to have that belief in yourself that you can do this, that you are going to be successful at it. Because if you go in there going, I don't think I'm good enough, I think maybe I'm going to lose, you're going to get destroyed. Like you can't just, it has to be a very high level of self-belief. And sometimes that comes off as arrogance. Sometimes people have a personality where they don't present that well with the way that they say that, their belief in themselves comes across as arrogance in their words, where some people are quite good at staying humble with the way that they speak, but they still believe that they can do whatever they want to do. So I think that when you're in those positions, like if you've got a big arm wrestling match, when you put your arm on the table, like it's just you. Like you can have a team, you can have your family, you can have everyone there supporting you, but it's all on you at that point. There's no one else that can come in and grab your arm and help you win. Like it's on you to win. And so if you don't have like a strong mental fortitude, you're probably not going to do well.
What I agree with that, and I'm so happy from the last New York. Some people from New York, they're planning to visit our club, and they will come. Exactly, they asked me, am I coming for the training? And I say yes. Next week I'm coming. I'm planning 100% and high five. And they will come from New York, imagine, to New Jersey, because they really wanna be knowledgeable much more than before, like to compete. That is to me, it doesn't matter from which state you are. I wanna just give my information what I know.
So,
That way,
let's do this. Nadi, I have an idea right now. Why don't we go and do like kind of like me and Bob Brown did, where we made like a series, of we did it over a couple of days time, but we could do like one day and we could make like bang out a bunch of different like sessions where we do like 10 different things, and you just kind of you work with me, but I'll film the whole way through. We'll set up the camera, and you could kind of just teach me from the beginning of what needs to be worked on, and then I'll break it up into clips and everything, and we could release it on YouTube, and now you're helping the whole community. You know what I mean?
no problem, because a lot of like I say a lot of like different processes, and every week must to be a different building of your like Matyushenko, yeah, he like he got some different kind of preparation. It's how it say, I forgot this word. I know this word, but like for the he take a so big like through the like some metals or something, can try to pull this, yeah, and keep it a couple of seconds, yeah. How they say this?
Like static.
Static, yes.
Pulse,
Oh,
yeah.
the static must be, and at the end of the last month, or like at the end of the month, you gotta like some practice with the person who is close to with the weight. It's how I did that, yeah. My coach did. He matched me with the guy because I didn't get the girls. Sometimes he matched me with the guy, and he say on the ear, okay, you are doing a top row, these techniques, and this you are doing, try to do it a pull hook, okay? Doesn't matter, you will lose or something, and we recorded this, okay? If I lose on that, after that we just like watch it where was been my mistake, cadre by cadre, everything. It's how, where do you turn the body wrong and something. That is how my arm wrestling was been when I trained it in Ukraine, yeah. Over there, nobody is doing this. They don't even record the proper way a video of tournaments, because each fights and tournaments, it's very important for the person.
Well,
very
I want you to go over to Bob Brown's channel. I don't know if you've seen it yet. He has a series. It was, I think, me and him did 12 episodes together, and just kind of go check out all the training. Everything we did was on video, so that I could go home and I could study it and go over it. And he even did, it was me first. I was his first student with it. Then he went and did Pavlo, and then the only other one on the team is Sarah Bachman. And he trained 3 of us, and he put out all these episodes and all that. So, definitely go check that out. And anybody in the chat, if you guys haven't seen it already, if you're just beginning arm wrestling or you're fairly new, this is something you should go and check out. It helps so many people out, and just kind of breaking down everything from the very beginning, just the simple basic top roll, getting inside to a hook. He shows different drills to do, different exercise. I know after we did the episodes, then we broke it into different exercises and how to train to get in these positions and all that. So it was just like the all-in-one training plan and all. And that's what I would love to do with you, and kind of get, the way that they train in Ukraine. I would want to show that to all the audience, and kind of just show the different ways that you guys go about things and what your coach taught you. And I think that'd be so beneficial for everybody in the community. I think they would love it. And plus, you would get so famous from it. Everybody then would know you. Everybody would want to get you in matches and get you as a coach. All the ladies would be hitting you up, trying to get you to coach them, for sure.
Paul, I would like, of course, and to me, the famous is not important. I tell you like this. To me, it's very important the people train it the right way process, because to me, how when I'm on the table, I'm working from 180 degrees, okay? My table every time turn it. every exercise is my table every time turn it, and like this, not just specific from one side pressure or something. Every time it's in a different position. That's why it's how, and I say to that people when on a competition or somewhere, when I'm talking, you must understand arm wrestling table, it's in front of you 180 degrees. That way, every, like when you put Again, vector of the power must be spread in an even way on every every position. You know, it's so hard to get the perfection of that. To
Yes.
put your power, spread your power on your arm and everything in a different. That way, not every time I just pull in one way. Every time I try to pull in 3-4 ways different.
That's what I want to say is that was what was different from Bob. And then when I trained under Travis and Engin, they taught me their styles, and that was it. It was a one lane kind of way to go about it. Bob was the universal guy that showed me every style. He learned me, but he taught me every different style, and he could explain it so well. And that's what kind of like how you remind me. And what I was trying to say, Nadia, it was like, not that you're going to get famous, but it could be a burden to you, because Bob Brown doesn't want to coach anybody. He says that he has no patience unless the person has real potential and could pick up on things. That's the only people he wants to help out. So after everybody seeing these videos, they all started hitting him up, trying to get him to coach him. And he hit me up. He's like, bro, you got everybody in the community hit me up to be a coach. I don't want to do this. Like, I'm helping you. You pick up very quickly. I see that you got potential. He took Pavlo because he's seen a couple things that, he felt Pavlo was just so immensely strong. He just needed to learn some more technique to be able to apply that. So that's why he picked him. And he loved Sarah Bachman because she's an 8-time world champion, and he felt like he could really help her go to the next level. But he didn't want, everybody looking at him as a coach or anything like that. And he was like, it kind of is annoying, but he also wanted to help out the community and all that. So that's why I'm just giving you fair warning, because that is what's going to happen. Like it or not, we're going to do some videos, and now you're going to have everybody in the community hitting you up. They're like, yo, can I pay you to be a coach? You know what I mean? And I'm just giving you that fair warning. So
I just say watch the video on the Paolo Italia on YouTube.
There you go. All right, guys. Well, I just want to thank everybody for coming on. We stayed on way longer than I normally do and all, but it was just amazing talks this week. So I just want to thank everybody. Nadia, it's always a pleasure to talk to you arm wrestling. The knowledge is just next level. I love hearing your perspective of things, and I also love how you have no filter. You're willing to say what's on your mind, and I know it pushes some of the people's buttons in the community, but keep being Nadia. I love it. I'm a fan of Nadia big time for sure.
No, I love arm wrestling. That's it. I wanna everybody love arm wrestling how I love it. That's why it's in my heart.
I could tell. And Matt, thank you so much for coming on, guys.
You. Nice to meet you.
Get over to AWE Underground this weekend, Sunday. It all goes down. He's got his big event. It's a free event. We're all going to enjoy it. Lots of action going on. Tomorrow, get over. We're going to be on my YouTube channel. We're going to have, first off, I have Sarah Bachman coming on at 6 p.m. Eastern time. So you guys could all check it out. And then at 11 p.m. Eastern time, me, Matt, and Rickard Borman will be on. We'll be doing a show talking about this weekend coming up. Also, Wednesday night, we have a great arm wrestling buzz show set up at 9:30 p.m. Eastern time. I have Bob Brown coming on. He's going to be talking about how he's doing with his recovery and, anything else arm wrestling. We'll get into with Bob. And then we also have Greg Sharp coming on the second half. And Greg's got this big reality show coming out called The House. He's doing casting right now. He's also doing the World Series of Arm Wrestling finals are coming up. So he's got a lot of great things to talk about. So I encourage you guys to tune in to that as well. And I just want to thank everybody in the chat. It was a pleasure having you guys in here. A lot of great questions being asked, and I love that everybody came on and said hello tonight and all that. So thank you guys again, and I will see everybody tomorrow in a big interview with Sarah and Rickard Borman. Have a great night, everybody.
Thanks, guys.